Regent President Menefee.
Here.
Regent Atwell.
Here.
Regent Bechtel.
Here.
Regent Bogus. Here. Regent Cologne.
Here. Here.
Regent Greavy.
Here.
Regent Jones.
Here.
Klein. Here. Regent Miller.
Here.
Tosh.
Here.
Regent Drew Peterson.
Here.
Regent Chris Peterson.
Here.
Regent Rye.
Here.
Sappel.
Here.
Regent Tucker.
Here.
Here. Underly. Here. Regent Weatherly.
Here.
Vice President Long. We have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Jess. This is the part where we have to declare any conflicts. As we consider items on today's agenda, are there board members who wish to declare any conflicts of interest regarding today's open session agenda? Seeing none? Whoops.
Sorry,
Regent
Regent
Miller.
President Menefee. To prevent any appearance of a conflict, I will recuse myself from voting on item E in business finance agenda.
Thank you, Regent Miller. Please recuse yourself from the discussion or voting on that item. Jess would record that Regent Miller has declared his conflict of interest and recusal in the minutes. Thank you. All right, so I know that you've received the July 8th, 9th, and October 8th, 9th, 2021 meeting minutes. They've been provided to you. May I have a motion to approve those records? Second? Second? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, thank you. Before we get started on our business, today I'd like to, thank Regent Blank. You remember and recall that last month, Chancellor, Regent, I elevated or demoted her to a regent. Chancellor Rebecca Blank announced that she would be leaving UW-Madison at the end of the 2021-22 academic year to become president of Northwestern University. I'd like to thank Chancellor Blank for her extraordinary leadership over the past several years. I was here when she started it, and she started off with a bang, and it just kept getting bigger and bigger. I really admire the way she tirelessly advances the research, public service, and educational missions of the University of Wisconsin at Madison. Her ability to expand access and increase affordability for Wisconsin students, and to enhance the student experience and educational outcomes for our students. Thank you.
Next summer, so you can see me again many times.
Sorry about that region thing. Okay. Well, since Chancellor Blank announced her decision to leave, Vice President Walsh and I have been working to develop a timeline for initiating the search process to identify her successor. I anticipate that we'll be in a position of, in a few weeks, to share additional information regarding that. So next up is regarding searches. This is an update on the UW system presidential search. We're making good progress. In October, Regent Vice President Walsh and other members of the Search and Screen Committee completed a series of public listening sessions throughout the state of Wisconsin. Regent Walsh traveled to each of our four-year campuses to visit the campus stakeholders in person to hear what qualities and skills are needed in our next president. In addition to participating in the campus listening sessions, committee members have also been busy reviewing and evaluating candidates' materials. Semifinalist interviews are scheduled for late November, at which point the Search and Screen Committee will conclude its work by recommending to candidates which candidates merit further evaluation by the Special Regent Committee for UW System Presidential Search. At this time, I'd like to announce and acknowledge your colleagues who have agreed to serve on the Special Regent Committee. Regent Scott Bechtel, Hector Colon, Tracy Klein, Corey Sappel, Chris Peterson, and Karen Walsh. I will serve as the chair of that committee. We plan to meet in November with our search consultants to determine the process we'll use for searching and evaluating the finalists. If all goes as planned, I hope to have this committee recommend a candidate to the board in February. Deciding on the next leader of the UW system is a significant responsibility of the board. I'd like to thank my colleagues and all of the members of the Search and Screening Committee for their willingness to engage and be part of this vital process. Thank you very much. Recently, I made a very difficult decision regarding the Special Region Committee on Governance Issues. I decided to suspend its work. While the committee was asked to look at several important issues, other pressing time-sensitive matters, including searches for the next system president and the next UW-Madison Chancellor, are taking priority right now. In addition, a number of the issues the committee was scheduled to consider require the input and involvement of our chancellors. I'm hoping to reconvene the committee in early 2022. Although the committee had only 2 meetings, they made significant progress on reviewing the policy that addresses the chancellor search process and made recommendations that will be considered by this board later this morning. The committee also started to look at developing a framework for setting priorities and evaluating processes in the area of diversity, equity, and inclusion. That conversation will be continued at today's meeting with involvement from our chancellors and other members of this board as we consider the recommendations of the 2017 Task Force on Campus Climate, which was chaired by the great Regent Eve Hall. That concludes my report now, and I'll give the floor over to President Thompson.
Thank you very much, President Menendez. Good morning, all members and visitors and chancellors who are here. Before I begin my report, it is my pleasure to introduce a new UW system colleague, Eric Guinard, who is the new Vice Chancellor for Business, Finance, and Administrative Service at UW Stout. He started October 1st, and I happened to have the opportunity to meet Eric during my recent visit to UW Stout. Eric previously served as Vice President of Business Services at Ojibwe Community College in Ironwood, Michigan. He started in accounting at Northland College and worked his way up with roles in all aspects of business and administrative services, including an interim role as president of Ojibwe. He has an extensive finance and capital planning background. He's also the mayor of his town, Montreal, Wisconsin. Eric has a bachelor's degree in accounting from UW Superior and a master's in business administration from Baker College in Auburn, Michigan. Welcome aboard, Eric. Now I'd like to give the board something that I think the board should be very pleased with. I want to give you an update on the 70 for 70. Our Backs Up 70 for 70 campaign, which a lot of people thought would not come out successfully, but it came out more successful than anybody on my team, or I believe anybody on the Board of Regents thought possible. My team and I personally visited all 12 universities taking part in this campaign. We had absolutely amazing response. There was so much enthusiasm from students, the faculty, and the staff came out to try the high striker. It was broken 3 or 4 times, but always fixed and always was successful for the next campus. There's also a lot of brats, ice cream, socks involved in learning the Warhawk Shuffle. I am very proud and delighted to announce that 11 of the 12 universities taking part in our now concluded 70 for 70 campaign have successfully passed the 70% threshold for student vaccination. They haven't stopped there. They continue to do it. Several campuses have now over 80%. One is at 85% on its way to 90. That means vaccinated students at those 11 universities are now eligible for one of our 70 $7,000 scholarships. We're working with the universities to draw the names. In fact, I believe they were drawn yesterday and sent out to all the chancellors yesterday. We're going to be thrilled to deliver the happy news to 70 students around the system very soon. UW-Madison, as noted previously, ran its own vaccination incentive program, and they now have a vax rate of 94%. Absolutely amazing, I believe. That means 12 out of our 13 universities have now met the 70% vaccination threshold, which is fantastic. I'd like to say a couple words about UW-Platteville, which is currently still shy of 70%. But I do want to give a shout out to Chancellor Shields, who has done a ton of hard work to move the needle there. And it's just worth noting that the UW-Platteville's vaccination rate is more than double the rate for the same demographic, the 18 to 24-year-olds in surrounding Grant County. And Platteville is 56% going on to 60%. So I think he should be congratulated as well. Overall, I am extraordinarily proud of the initiative shown by so many of our students, as well as our faculty and staff, to stick out their arms, to show their care and respect, not only for their own health and safety, but also for those around them. Well done. And I also want to recognize our chancellors who absolutely stepped up and started competing with each other and mobilized their campuses for this effort. I remember the chancellor from Superior went into the residence halls, as well as the chancellor from Parkside sat up on a bench asking students as they went by to get vaccinated. Absolutely amazing what these chancellors have done, all of it. The UW system should be really proud of all that they've accomplished. I'm really proud to be a state leader in fighting this pandemic, from our aggressive testing protocols to our campus and public vaccination clinics, and now for the 77 campaign. I also am very proud of the fact that our positivity rate on our campuses is less than 0.5%. In fact, several days we have no positive cases at all on our campus. And I think the vaccination rates are going to continue to allow for a tremendously safe and healthy year for all of our students. I also like to give a special shout out to Regent Emerita Olivia Woodmansey, who she worked tirelessly to coordinate the vaccination-related events all across the system and to engage with campus and student leaders to make this campaign a success. Thank you, Olivia. If you're listening, I just want to give you a shout out for all your hard work. Our efforts in this area are getting noticed. Just one example is the enormous response to our High Striker video campaign with comedian Charlie Barrett. Overall, our joint project with Charlie tallied almost 964,000 impressions, 178,000 video views, and 25,000 clicks. Thanks again to Charlie for working with us and getting the message out. Throughout this campaign, and indeed throughout our response to this pandemic, it's taken a lot of commitment and collaboration from so many, many people. But we're definitely moving in the right direction to reclaim the pre-pandemic college experience and personal interactions that we all value so much. And you just, members of the board, if you would stop and talk to a few students, you will find the enthusiasm. It's contagious. They're so happy to be back in class. And I want to thank everybody. Now moving on to the federal executive order update. President Biden's executive order requires vaccination for federal contractors, which extends to the university's federal contractors and employees working in proximity to them. As you probably know, I have never favored a UW system vaccination mandate for students or employees. I think just the evidence of such a high vaccination rate on our campuses and the fact that 90% plus of most of our professors are vaccinated shows you how well the university system has done to get vaccinated and protection. Our high vaccination rates and low prevalence rates across the system clearly show that our approach to encourage vaccination to provide the vaccine has worked incredibly well. And while the federal mandate compels us to respond, The details on who and how our employees will be affected remain very fluid. In fact, today, the president's executive order has been amended to be extended from December 8th to January 5th for those individuals that have employees, 100 employees. Does not include yet the federal contracts, but more than likely will, because most of our higher university colleagues are going to be in the White House tomorrow asking for some relief. And so I'm sure that they're going to get probably the same thing, the extension and probably some other relief tomorrow. So, but I want to tell the board and all the campuses, I will not put the hundreds of millions of federal dollars connected to research that is so integral to the mission of our universities at risk. The federal funding potentiality at stake in large part is directly tied to research positions. The loss of those funds would mean the loss of many jobs. We cannot, as a system, jeopardize our researchers and their valuable work. We're currently involved in and closely following discussions between our national higher education associations and the Biden administration, which are meeting tomorrow at the White House to gain further clarity and guidance on their executive order. And as I've already indicated and talked to many chancellors, this is not over yet. There will be several changes as it gets closer to the December 8th deadline. I should also point out that legal challenges to the executive order have so far been launched by 29 states. My team and I are in consultation with the chancellors almost on a daily basis, have been discussing the appropriate path to comply with President Biden's order. We're being thoughtful in our approach, recognizing the very different circumstances that will require some universities to respond differently than others. I think a lot of you have received the concept paper that I put out dealing with this federal order. As federal guidance becomes more clear, we expect to develop our policy to enable our universities to protect the viability of those contracts and the employees who work under and around them. The next subject is the title and the total compensation program. I would like to give you a brief update on the University of Wisconsin System's title and total compensation program, a project that I would point out first got underway in 2016. We finished it, and it's in its last stages and will be completed by the first of the year. This comprehensive, well-considered update of all of our job titles and descriptions is the first such update in at least 30 years at the UW system. It's long overdue. The TTC project, title and total compensation project, does three things. First, it clears clear, consistent, and relevant job titles. Second, it creates market-informed title and compensation structures. And third, it provides a framework for career growth at UW system. I should also point out this plan involved numerous communications with employees and shared governance groups over the past 3+ years. Starting this month, around 22,000 of the 29,000 non-faculty employees across the UW system will have updated job titles. Excluding UW-Madison, which has its own personnel system, fewer than 400 employees system-wide were below the minimum in their associated pay range under the revised salary structure. Now, fewer than 100 employees were above the pay range maximums. The cost for updating the salaries of those below the minimum, excluding UW-Madison, is approximately $1.3 million. Including UW-Madison, the system-wide cost of anticipated pay increases for about 1,200 employees below the salary range is almost $5 million out of an overall payroll of $2.4 billion, or less than 0.2%. UW-Madison has 442 employees above the pay range maximums and will be handled accordingly. No one will have their salary reduced as a result of this process. No one will be prevented from getting promotions or raises. but employees will now move through salary ranges based on performance and no longer by title change. Quite simply, the title and total compensation is just plain good business practice, very complex and very confusing at times. It positions the UW system and our universities to be employment leaders in the coming decades. This complete review of titles and pay ranges across UW system for non-faculty employees builds in consistency across the system. Again, this is part of our ongoing efforts to have the University of Wisconsin system follow current best practices when it comes to business. I want to make sure that we turn over the system and operating on all cylinders for the new president. The Office of Compliance and Integrity changes. Turning to some UWSA news, it is with considerable regret that I share the news of that Chief Compliance Officer, Katie Ignikowski, is leaving the UW system. Katie joined us from the governor's office in 2019. She became our first ever Chief Compliance Officer, and she has just plain done a magnificent job. Her charge was to provide support and services to all 13 of our UW system institutions in identifying and fulfilling compliance obligations at the federal, the state, and Board of Regents level, and to promote a culture that moves beyond regulatory compliance to one that embraces ethics and integrity. I don't have time to run through all the initiatives and accomplishments that Katie spearheaded. It's a long list, but I would like to highlight just a few. As she presented to this board earlier this year, Katie developed a compliance matrix database that houses over 500 obligations from federal law, state law, and Board of Regents policies, and then worked with each university to identify the employees who will be responsible for ensuring we meet those obligations. The UW system gained national recognition for this database, and Katie has been invited to present at multiple national conferences before major universities across the country. This UW system database now serves as a model for others to emulate, which again shows the University of Wisconsin system, once again, providing leadership in the world of higher education. Other noteworthy accomplishments under Katie's guidance include the Office of Compliance, convening shareholders across the system to address key compliance issues in the areas of Title IX, the Clery Act, youth protection, and clearly management, public records, ethics, and freedom of expression, among others. And all of you remember the many times she's appeared in front of the board, giving us an update on Title IX. She also worked alongside system risk management to stand up a system-wide enterprise risk management assessment to identify the top risks facing the system. As Quinn Williams, our general counsel, described it, she accomplished about 8 years of work in just under 3 years on the job. And the UW system is now much better prepared to meet the challenges and risks in the years ahead. I'd like to point out that she's done this not as an enforcer, but rather through a very strong collaborative approach that encourages our universities to work with her office to jointly solve problems. Katie, your work has made and will make the University of Wisconsin system even better. Thank you for all your hard work and accomplishments. Now on to enrollment and admissions. The official day 10 enrollment figure for the fall semester have now been finalized, and the numbers track fairly closely with our original estimates. The UW system enrollment for fall 2021 totaled 162,980 students, a drop of 1.1% compared to the previous year. But by comparison, we dropped by 1.1%. But by comparison, the National Student Clearinghouse Research Center reports a 2.3% dip in enrollment nationwide this fall compared to last year. It shows that others across the university, across the United States had much bigger dip in their enrollment than we did. New freshman enrollment, which is, I think, really a bright spot for all of us, at the university system campuses also outpaced national average. The number of freshmen enrolled at the UW system increased by 3.9%, while the research center estimates freshman enrollment nationwide dropped 3.1%. That's over a 6% swing in our favor. When looking at just the four-year campuses, UW system freshman enrollment jumped 6% compared to the national decline of 3% at public four-year campuses. Clearly, we're doing something right. The pragmatic certainty increased our enrollment challenges. The pandemic increased our enrollment challenges, but I'm extraordinarily pleased by the increase in our freshmen. We're going to continue to work very hard to convince Wisconsin students that our public universities are the best investment that they can make. Most of the enrollment declines, which I've talked to at the last Board of Regents meeting, here and nationwide, can be attributed to undergraduate students who did not continue after the COVID-19 pandemic affected campus operations during the 2021 academic year. Talked to many campuses, and they will tell you that really a drop off from freshmen going to sophomore to juniors. And that's, I think, talking to students, comes back with the fact that they did not have the opportunity to be in presence with their colleagues and their professors. As a result of that, did not get the real college experience. Overall, the data shows 1,786 fewer students in the UW system in fall 2021 compared to the fall of 2020. The question is whether students whose college plans were sidetracked by the pandemic will return and how we convince them to do so. The challenges we're up against is a marketplace that currently has bountiful job offers and also offers very good pay. We've long advocated, in all my speeches I'm giving around the state and the country, I'm advocating much stronger for people in Wisconsin to get college degrees, not only for their individual benefit, but also for our collective benefit as a state. To do that, we must continue to ensure that a UW education is both accessible and affordable and focused on our students. We need to make sure that we are student-centric as a system, much more so than we have in the past. We also need to ensure that our young people truly understand the value and the worth of what a college experience offers them. Looking a little closer at our numbers, we see that we have a strong track record. Admission rates at most UW schools reflect our passion for opening the doors of the university to all those who are interested in a university education. In fact, admission rates this fall are in the 90+% range at 10 of our 13 universities. I'd also like to make very clear that the UW system is committed not just to accepting students into our university, but also very much to support them through their college experience to successfully graduate with a degree. At previous meetings, we've talked about robust programs like the summer bridge programs, many campuses level support networks available, whether to help with academic challenges, financial pressures, mental health issues, and other concerns. We want our students to succeed, and we're committed to do whatever is necessary to make that happen. It's very important that we also try and find more resources for mental health counseling on all of our campuses. In fact, we've just learned that UW Parkside and UW Milwaukee are also going to receive the 2021 Connectedness Award from EAB, recognizing their efforts to help move students and more students persist into graduation and thrive. The award recognizes Parkside and UWM's role in the nation's first regional consortium of colleges and universities committed to the Moonshot for Equity. And I want to give a shout out to the two chancellors, Moni and Ford, for their great job in this. A new national initiative that aims to close equity gaps in higher education by 2030. Congratulations, Chancellor Ford and Chancellor Moni. Why is this so important? We believe our universities are the best investment Wisconsin high school graduates can make. You've heard this before, but it bears repeating. We have known for years that a college education leads to much higher earnings over a lifetime, and that a more educated workforce supports better standards of living. It also supports the studies that consistently show that higher education is linked to increased civic engagement, from voting to involvement, to for voting and also being involved in your community, volunteerism, and greater understanding of the people from different backgrounds and opinions. As we've said before, we also need to focus attention on recruiting and supporting more first-generation college students, more students from underrepresented minorities, more students whose families are less financially secure, and more non-traditional students. We need to make clear to all that the University of Wisconsin system should not be considered an expenditure, but rather a vitally important investment in the future. If we truly want to grow Wisconsin, there is no better place to start than with the University of Wisconsin. The return on investment we offer are not just measured in dollars, but in richer, fuller lives for our people and our community. And finally, I also want to point out a lot of organizations and businesses are telling people they don't need a college education anymore. And I think every one of us in our contacts and our speeches need to certainly get the message out loud and clear that university graduates are very important, and college education is more important today than ever, whether it be vocational education or the University of Wisconsin system. Finally, Veterans Day is still 1 week away, but I would like to take this opportunity to thank all those who wear, have worn, or will wear the uniform in service of our country. We have deep respect and gratitude for those who serve, both on and off the battlefield, those who steadfastly stand on guard to ensure our freedoms, our security, and our cherished way of life. You are Americans' finest, and we also are setting up many programs to encourage more veterans to come to the University of Wisconsin. So I want to thank them. I want to thank all of you for listening to my long report. That concludes my report, Mr. President, and back to you.
Well, let's see. I seem to have missed my place, didn't I? Okay. All right. Sorry about that. I messed up my own speech, but now I'm back on track thanks to Jess. Right now, we're going to turn our attention to the topic that this board has been interested in. That is diversity, equity, and inclusion. Today, we're going to hear an update on the 2017 report of the UW System Task Force on Campus Climate. It's been 5 years since the UW System Task Force on Campus Climate was created to examine the climate for students in the UW campus systems. This task force was created in response to student concerns about the climate and incidents of hate and bias on UW campuses. It was in this very building that the Board of Regents had students from this campus come in wanting to express to us what had happened to them and their feelings about why that was wrong. They came relentlessly until finally they were given an audience and we heard their stories. And things that happened to them were things that shouldn't happen to anybody. And so in response to that, the commission came up with 9 recommendations that focused on the following: increasing the compositional diversity of students and employees, prioritizing and increasing efforts to attain equitable outcomes for students of color and students from other marginalized identity groups, providing more opportunities for students to engage with one another across social, cultural, or ideological differences that exist between them, providing professional development opportunities designed to create inclusive learning environments, enhance respect for social and cultural differences, and promote employees' roles in building a positive campus climate. Prioritizing EDI and campus climate among all levels of leadership within the UW system, holding leaders accountable for achieving positive outcomes related to DEI and climate. And finally, adopting a system-wide approach to assessing climate for all students and employees by implementing the use of a uniform assessment tool. At today's meeting, we will address those recommendations that were specifically focused on the students. I hope that in future meetings, we will address the other recommendations of the task force. We'll start with a Chancellor's panel moderated by Regent Tracy Klein, who is the chair of the governance committee that was formed. And she's worked hard and done such a great job in focusing us on the issues that we need to talk about. In essence, you're going to be sitting in on one of our governance meetings right now and how we do it. And you have to participate. That's an order. Okay. So Chancellors Alexander, Ford, Gibson, and Monet will be asked to share their unique challenges they face in recruiting, retaining, and graduating underrepresented minority students and their successful efforts in these areas. The Chancellors will also be asked to share what they needed from the Board of Regents and system to make this progress in this area. Then we'll pivot to the presentations from Associate Vice President Ben Passmore and Senior Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Officer Warren Anderson on enrollment challenges on UW campuses over the last several years, trends in student success, and the results of the recently administered campus climate survey. I'd like to encourage all of the regents to ask questions. These are important issues, not only on these campuses, but in our society and the world as a whole. We have the presenters here to talk. We want you to ask them questions, ask them hard questions, and find out what their answers are. You'll see what the issues are and how they're dealing with them. And I have to say they are dealing with them, but this is going to be slow going. This is going to take time. This is going to take patience, but it has to be done and it has to be continually worked on. With that, I'd like to invite the Chancellors to the table. They're already here because they're always ahead of the game, as they usually are. Regent Klein, take over, please.
Thank you, Regent President Benny Deeds, and thank you for being a motivator behind this issue as you are, and for your wonderful leadership style. I think the decision made by leadership to suspend governance committee work temporarily was really appropriate. I mean, we find ourselves in the middle of this two extremely important searches, and we cannot afford a misstep there. And I think that underlying this, though, is a strong commitment that we all feel to DEI and the need to continue this process and this focus through those searches as one thing we cannot afford to let slip off the table. So I find myself sort of as the unlikely candidate moderating this discussion. I had the great pleasure of meeting with our wonderful Chancellor leadership in preparation for this meeting, and their enthusiasm and dedication to this issue is just contagious and well put. In opening, I would just say I think DEI is the moral and economic imperative of our time. It's been 5 years since the task force on campus climate met, and I was just coming on the board in 2016. And so I think my first introductory meeting I was not voting, I sat in the audience, was April of 16. And I remember President Benny Deeds listening to the stories, and it's important it was students talking about their experiences on campus. And it was important, Board of Regents were very moved. This was in Green Bay, my experience was, and they were, it was heartfelt, and there was a need to change. There was a strongly felt need to change, and I don't want to gloss over this. Part of it was in relationship to certain incidents that had occurred on campus. Part of it was because of a general reaction regarding, the campus climate. So that was really the focus of the report, climate and kind of responding to certain incidents. So it's been 5 years, and you read this study, and this was actually a very well done task force. Thank you to Regent Hall and Regent President Benny Deeds. They had a lot of good recommendations. But I think we as regents find ourselves wanting to make sure forward process is being achieved. I think there's strong feeling that the campus leaders are working on these efforts. We've got to make sure that we understand what they're doing. There has to be accountability, but then there also has to be sort of maybe common elements that we, the system, can help with. So I think the feeling among, I don't want to speak for them, leadership and some of us on the Board of Regents, is we've got to set the table for the way forward. And it's my hope this morning, and I think that we can set the table for coming back, setting up a system so we have very tangible recommendations and measures of accountability. I said to the chancellors, we've got successes to celebrate, and we need to talk about those and learn from those and learn from best practices. But we also have to understand that we've also got work to do, and we're not unlike everyone else in this nation who's dealing with this extremely important issue. But it's incumbent on us as the fiduciary body that is responsible for oversight of this great university system with 170,000 students, that we make sure that it is not just individual work in progress by campuses, but really something that we pay attention to at the board level. So that's the impetus for this meeting. And the chancellors are at the table. So without further ado, I want to turn it to them. And I think the first thing we wanted to talk about today, chancellors, is some of the success stories, and keying off of, again, the student component of the priorities established in the Campus Climate Task Force in 2017, and where we have made some good achievements would be, I think, a great starting point. And I'd like to maybe turn it to Chancellor Mone, if you could start the group off.
Good morning, everyone, and I'm pleased to be here to represent not just what we're doing, but I think prototypical of what really is happening on all of our campuses in different ways. This is the not only educational but social issue of our day, and it will be for the rest of our careers. I absolutely firmly believe that. And so aside from the challenges, which we'll talk about later, some of the successes that we've experienced is, I think you know, that we are incredibly diverse already in terms of compositional diversity, the types of things that the task force suggested. Several of our campuses have significantly large numbers. We have over 6,000 students that are historically underrepresented. And they really represent not only 34% of our students, undergraduates, students of color, but all other dimensions. Consistently top 20 to 25 campus in terms of LGBTQ+. We have students, over 1,000 military veterans, one of the Silver Star, military-friendly, non-traditional, first generation. So a lot of different dimensions of diversity are represented. The successes and what's enabled that include major initiatives to seek to become a Hispanic serving institution, areas where we've sought to reinforce a lot of work on closing the gap, as President Thompson acknowledged with Chancellor Ford. We have embarked with 4 campuses in the Milwaukee area region to not just try to close the equity gap by 3 or 5 or 10%, but to eliminate it by 2030. So we put in place a lot of resources. We've allocated a lot of additional funds to the issues around diversity, equity, and inclusion. I have to point out that in addition to the student focus, the only way we're going to be successful at retaining and graduating more students is really to focus equally on our employees. And so we've got a lot of initiatives underway, increasing allocation of resources toward that. I can tell you that's incredibly difficult because where we see a lot of demand, if you have, as a scholar, if you have great teaching capabilities, you're in high demand in general. And then when you put diverse attributes on top of that, it is a really, really significant challenge in terms of the available support. But a lot of students will tell you It's not just enough to have the dedicated centers, the identity centers, the multicultural centers. We really want to have in the classroom and in the labs, in their different areas, a lot of people who look like and can relate socio-emotionally and culturally. So we've had some great successes so far, but we've also got some challenges.
Thank you, Regent Klein, for convening this discussion. I'm certain that it's not lost on any of us that colleges and universities are microcosms of what's happening in our world. And certainly we're not immune to some of the ills that are taking place across our country. But regarding success, for Stephen's point, we were able to narrow the retention gap between URM students and non-URM students over a 6 to 7 year period. About 6 or 7 years ago, that retention gap was approximately 17 percentage points. And then we were able to introduce some strategies such as a constituent retention model where each student had someone who felt a sense of accountability for URM students and really ensuring that they're being connected to support services and someone who's paying attention to who's missing for rooms. One of the questions that I often ask my team, particularly at an institution like Stevens Point, where the students of color representation is about 12% of our undergraduate population. I often ask when we're at honors programs or other high impact programs such as undergraduate research day or major student organizations such as the Student Government Association to look around the room. Let me know who's missing and then tell me why. And what will we do to ensure that there's a greater representation the next time we have these programs scheduled? But we were able to reduce that gap to approximately 3% for fall 2019. And then the pandemic happened. So I'm told that there will indeed need to be some work that will need to be done in the coming years. But that's encouraging for me because that suggests that we indeed know what needs to be done. We have some strategies and interventions that are working in closing the gap. I'm thrilled to share for our fall 2020 cohort, we were able to increase the representation of URM students to approximately 15% of our fall 2020 cohort. And the goal is to increase that number for our fall recruitment closer to approximately 20%. So we've been pretty successful in engaging students in urban areas such as Chicago, Milwaukee, and Madison. We found that if we can get those students on our campus engaging with our faculty and their peers, we're able to attract them to the institution. So we've sponsored bus trips. We have a program called the Multicultural Leadership Camp, where we engage URM high school students, and we bring them to campus during their junior year to get them connected to the institution and really have a better understanding of all that we have to offer. And that seemingly has been quite successful regarding the recruitment of URM students. We're seeing that on the retention efforts. While we were able to close the gap, there's still some work that needs to be done. In fact, our students have shared with us that they feel as though we do an incredible job in recruiting them to the institution. But once they get there, that excitement, that connectedness wanes a little bit. So we know what we need to do to ensure that we keep those students feeling connected and engaged to the institution. So I'll pause there. I know that there will be some time to talk about challenges, But the other challenge that I routinely hear is within our employee representation base. We're just not as diverse in our employee base as we could and should be. And certainly our URM students are asking for more folks that has some shared experiences, folks that can serve as a constant reminder that they too could be successful at the institution.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to be a part of this panel this morning to share examples, successes, challenges from being able to really live out our commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion at UW-Parkside. I think one of the things that's really important for me is that I have the opportunity to lead the most diverse campus in terms of percentage of student body, as well as have the most diverse workforce in the UW, and I'll talk a little bit about that in just a second. But this doesn't happen with one person. This is really a team effort, and equity, diversity, and inclusion is embedded in the culture at UW-Parkside, just like it is at my colleague Chancellor campuses. But I really want to make sure that folks understand it's our faculty, our staff, and our students who really help us to have the culture that we desire. We are very proud at UW-Parkside that we have the most diverse campus in terms of percentage of students as well as employees, but we know that we are striving to be even more equitable and more inclusive. So let me share a little bit about our context, because it also helps to frame some of our successes and ultimately the challenges. So in terms of student body, 10 years ago, we had the compositional diversity at UW-Parkside was about 25%. It is something that we know that we have wanted to increase, and there are many, many strategies, and you're going to hear examples today. And as we continue this discussion from across our campuses of what's working and what we need to do better. But 10 years ago, it was 25%. The high point was 37% last year, 2020. And this year it has slipped just a bit to 36.5%. But it is something that we are striving to increase and have it reflect more closely the diversity of the region that we serve. Southeast Wisconsin, and certainly Kenosha and Racine. In terms of workforce diversity, I am thrilled. We set a focus a few years ago to make sure that we increased workforce diversity. It has grown from 2020 at 18% to 22% this year. And 31% increase in hiring Black colleagues, 28% hiring Hispanic colleagues, and that is with only a 0.5% growth in our overall workforce. And so our workforce is more diverse, but it does not clearly reflect the diversity of our campus community, and that's what we're striving to do. And we want to make sure that that diversity cuts across. So how are we doing some of these things? I think first and foremost that EDI, equity, diversity, and inclusion is part of the mission at UW-Parkside. We continually keep students at the center of our decision-making, and we are trying and striving to meet students where they are. We really are working to listen to their needs. As Regent Minnie Deeds pointed out, some of these discussions are catalyzed by listening to the lived experiences of our students. And I think that's one of the most important things that we need to do is show our vulnerability and listen to the hard truths of some of the challenges and many of the challenges that our students face. One of the other goals that we set at UW-Parkside is to become a Hispanic serving institution, much like UW-Milwaukee. Very proud to report that we have 17.4% Hispanic students at UW-Parkside, and we have made that it's significant. That's doubled since 2009 or over the last decade. There's a whole plan of the things that we need to do to support students in the enrollment process, to support students before they even think that college is a possibility, working with middle school students and high school students, the enrollment process, what's happening in the classroom. And I'll give lots of examples about that as we go forward. So we are an emerging Hispanic institution. Our goal is to be 25% and then be designated as a Hispanic serving institution for the citizens of our region and our state. The other aspect that, and there's many, many, many that I can talk about, but I do think that one of the successes that we have had at UW-Parkside is that we pay attention to the data. And so the data informs our decision-making. We are looking at trends. We are setting targets of where we want to achieve. And we are also disaggregating the data by race and ethnicity and gender. So we really understand at the root where the opportunities are. Even though I can share the successes of the progress that we've made around inputs, the outcomes is where we need to keep our focus. And so I think the other thing that I would share in terms of a success around compositional diversity would be in the Office of Admissions and New Students Programs at UW-Parkside. We were very intentional to make sure that our recruiters, those folks who are first to meet with prospective students and families, that they reflect the student body that we hope to attract, recruit, and enroll. And so we have bilingual recruiters as part of our team. We have African-American recruiters as part of our team. And we have adults or students or recruiters who went through college as adult learners as part of our team. So they can share their own experiences as we're talking to students about the enrollment process. And remember, at UW-Parkside, most of our students are the first in their family to go to college. So there's a lot of mystery and how do we sort of demystify that? And then I think the other thing is Mark commented on, and certainly President Thompson mentioned, UW-Parkside joining and committing to the Moonshot for Equity, where it's not only to close equity gaps, but to truly eliminate those. And that's where our focus is. What can we do to help more of our students, particularly more of our underrepresented students, to complete their dreams of earning a college degree? And so with that, I'll turn it to Chancellor Alexander, because there's a lot for us to talk about today.
Thank you. It's great to be with you this morning. Thanks, Regents, for allowing us to have this conversation. I'll echo a lot of what my colleague said here and just say, pick up where Chancellor Ford left off and some data. We're very pleased that our enrollment is up 9%, but more importantly than that, our enrollment is up 4.5% in URM students. That now brings UW Green Bay's compositional diversity up over 22%, which is a massive difference from where we've been in the past. Included in those numbers, we're up this year 13% in Hispanic students. And I'm most proud to say that of all the demographics on our campus, Hispanic students have the highest year-to-year retention rate of any other demographic on our campus. We're also, along with UW-Milwaukee, UW-Eau Claire, and some other campuses in the UW system, again, recognized as one of the top universities in the country for LGBTQ environment and welcomeness at UW Green Bay. So I don't want to repeat a lot of what was already stated by my colleagues here, but I will say that we're very focused not just on the recruiting side of this, but what's most important to us is on the retention side of what we're doing. The way we feel at UW Green Bay that we're trying to have constantly having honest conversations about things we can do better. We're listening both on and off campus all the time about what our students are saying, what our community is saying, and how we can react to make sure that we're continually building a culture of inclusivity on our campus. We're working across the whole institution, like has been mentioned. So we've made big changes in human resources, like Chancellor Ford was talking about, in our admissions team and our advising team and our tutors, to make sure that we are reflecting the students that we are serving. We're also working very hard. We're also up over the last 2 years, each year, in the compositional, the diversity of our faculty and staff, which is very important also to continue the growth that we're having in the diversity of our students. So I think I'll stop there because I know a lot of what I would say I would repeat from what my colleagues are saying. And move on to the next topic, maybe.
I guess, speaking to the microphone, one of the things I'd like you all to comment on is this idea of compositional diversity, both for students and for faculty, because I strongly believe, it's interesting, our Regent colleague or former Regent colleague, Carolyn Stanford Taylor, was a Madison grad, and she spoke to me once about the fact that just having an African-American professor at the Madison campus that really invested in students that came from all over the country was huge in her decision to go to Madison. And so I guess I would say, what are the specific steps that you have taken and that you see that we should be looking at maybe at all campuses for compositional diversity? I think we look at represented minority graduation rate gaps at some point in the year, but I'm not sure we look at all the metrics or track all the things we should be tracking. And, a person can only track so many things, but what are the top things we should be setting up the dashboard for? What should we be looking at? Chancellor Mone, can you comment on that?
Thank you, Regent Klein. My sense, with a specific eye toward their attention and graduation, what we've built a lot of intentionality and resource allocation around is the centers and activities that we channel to supporting our students in particular areas. So let me give some specific examples. We have the MKE Scholars that does focus on URMs, and the Burke Foundation has been very supportive. The mortgages help with this as well in terms of having a lot of student success coaching, a lot of programmed activities that really help. So hundreds of students over the last several years have benefited from that and have dramatically increased retention and graduation. We have 4 different multicultural centers for each of the different student backgrounds, including Black students, including Native American, Asian American, as well as our students of Latino and Hispanic background. And these centers have long storied histories and are very important. They're a place to feel safe. They're a place to get both academic and socio-emotional types of support. We also have an academic inclusion center, the Inclusive Excellence Center, that covers first generation and a number of other areas. And then we have additional identity centers, Women's Resource Center, LGBTQ plus center, Military Veterans Resource Center, known as Maverick. So you put this all together, and you've got a lot of tools and a lot of efforts that are focused, and results have been remarkable in terms of the increased retention and increased graduation over years. I won't put the charts up in front of you, but I can tell you over the last 6 years, we have moved the needle all the way for all our different groups. This last year, as some of my chancellors have acknowledged, we've seen a hiccup. It's a significant hiccup. And I can tell you the continuity in college education because of the pandemic has rocked the world of education, particularly for underrepresented students. This is something that the Hechinger report showed, and I might have shared this data with you earlier in June, that if your income level is 75,000 or less, you're 3 times less likely to continue in college than if your family income is over 100,000. If you think about that for a moment, a lot of the students that we serve, when you talk about a lot of historically underrepresented, first generation, non-traditional students, just don't have the economic means to continue to succeed as well. So while we can talk about centers, we can talk about support, a lot of it does come down to the financials. And that's the big nut, especially for us at UW-Milwaukee. That's one of our unique challenges. On the compositional diversity of faculty and staff, that's probably one of our most significant challenges because we've contracted. We've had to contract as enrollment has declined over the last decade following the demographics that have been happening for us. So that's a significant challenge because it's hard to diversify further when we're contracting as dramatically as we have. So.
Thanks. So first, I would like to thank President Thompson for his leadership regarding scaling our summer bridge programs. For UW-Stevens Point, that has been extremely effective of helping to connect historically underrepresented students to our institutions. While we've had a long history of providing pre-collegiate programs, we were not able to scale it in such a way to where it will make a difference for our students and for our institution without the support of President Thompson. But we too, at Stevens Point, we have cultural and we have identity centers that are all doing good work at the institution. But I'm somewhat fortunate to join the institution at a time in which we are introducing our strategic plan. And within our strategic plan, I'm challenging each member of our university community to have a URM retention plan, if you will. So it's not solely the work of folks that work in identity and cultural centers to wrap their arms around our students who need this additional support. I mentioned the pursuit of this constituent model, where each dean, each college, each school will have responsibility for ensuring the retention, especially for our most marginalized students on campus. And the response has been tremendous. Folks are really committed to student success at the institution. And what this effort will do is bring about some accountability. My colleague Debbie Ford mentioned how important data is in informing decisions at the institution. So my goal is to leverage data so that each college, each unit knows more about the students that are within their respective schools and colleges. Oftentimes, we make the assumption that they have a good sense of who these students are. They don't. And it's part of our responsibility to make sure that they have the tools, the resources, and the data that they need so they can really design interventions that's unique to each individual student. So I, for one, can't wait to see some of the outcomes of some of these efforts. Regarding compositional diversity among faculty and staff, we struggle there. And some would argue that is where we're geographically located within the state. Some would argue that is our salary structures. There's a number of different challenges to recruiting diverse candidates for faculty and staff. But I've been challenging our provost as well as other colleagues on campus to maybe consider a grow your own program, if you will. So we have undergraduate, graduates, historically underrepresented graduate students on campus, or historically underrepresented lecturers on campus. What are we doing to establish a pipeline for them for a tenure track or a faculty rank position? How are we keeping the folks that we do have on campus at our institution through providing mentorship, support, and additional opportunities? So I think there's some low-hanging fruit available that could indeed make a difference in growing the composition of historically underrepresented faculty and staff at the institution.
Yes.
Chancellor, oh, go ahead.
I have a question regarding this because this is something that obviously you've thought about and are trying to implement. How do you do that? How do you have someone that recognizes a student who has potential to be a good, strong faculty person that, for instance, lives in Plover, that is a member of one of the underrepresented groups, and so they're familiar with the area. They have the perhaps ability to do that sort of work. Do you have a program where they're talked to, where they're mentored, where they're encouraged, where they're given ideas about what the profession's like and what are the requirements and that it's a good thing to do? Is that what you're doing, or are you just starting to think like that?
So we're just having some initial discussions now. We're having discussions within our academic colleges, with our chairs, our deans and directors. And we're embedding some of these initiatives as part of our strategic plan. One of the strategies and tactics that we can leverage to increase inclusivity at the institution. So this is a relatively new strategy, but it's an idea that folks see significant value in. Again, as I noted, this is not an effort that will be of huge investment. It will require some investment, but again, mentoring a student, considering a colleague for an opportunity that's available at the institution does not require significant investment. So we're just beginning this effort, but I suspect that we will see significant value as a result of it.
So tell me about, so I'm going to ask you tough questions. When are you going to
Please.
implement this? I mean, we're beginning to talk about it. We're going to do it. These are, and I'm not just directing this at you or your
No,
campus.
absolutely. Yeah.
Everybody. We've heard these sorts of statements, as you know, you've heard yourself for many, many years in this particular area of employment. That one, we can't find people that fit the description that we need to make our students feel more comfortable here, that they would like to see, that they would feel better about themselves and learning from. We know that, but they're really hard to find because everybody wants them. Okay, I get that. But then here's something we can do. We can grow our own. We can encourage our own people that we have here. And maybe they won't go to work for us, but maybe they'll go somewhere else. And maybe somebody at Superior will come down and work for you. So is there a timetable that we can expect to hear from you about? Yep, we got the faculty on board because it's not going to cost us any more money. Because from what I see, most faculty are prepared and welcome mentoring people. And they may be doing this already and we don't know about it, but to encourage them to find people that may be able to fill their shoes someday. And we can do this in a short order by encouraging them and taking an interest in them and mentoring them. I know that everybody sitting around this table can probably say that they got into their profession because someone took an interest in them that was doing the work that they are now doing and mentored them and encouraged them to consider that. I know that happened to me. So when can we have people from the system, chancellors, come and say, we're doing it?
So I'm certain that these mentoring activities are already occurring, but because we're implementing the strategies within our strategic plan now as we speak, so these efforts are happening now. So we're not doing the higher ed thing, if you will. It will not take a year for us to implement these strategies. They are happening now. The reason why it is a part of our strategic plan is because then I can really bring about some additional accountability and some tracking and some assessment to ensure that these activities are occurring, in addition to adding some resources to supplement these efforts. One of the things, just to add, one of the things that I've done at Stephen's point is, in lieu of having a separate DEI strategic plan, my plan is integrated into the institution's strategic plan to ensure that these efforts actually occur and that it receives the resources that it needs in order to be successful. So to answer your question, these activities are happening now, and folks will be held accountable through our strategic plan to make good progress on these efforts.
And I'm going to let Chancellor Ford and Chancellor Alexander respond to the accountability metrics. What can we do on compositional diversity? And I want to turn it over to all of you because I know people have lots of things they want to talk about. So yeah, Chancellor Ford, please.
Thank you. And I'm going to sort of think about this in two ways, right? Compositional diversity with our workforce, our employees, our colleagues, and then compositional diversity with our students. So on the, for workforce, our colleagues, this was the #1 request from our Black Student Union and our Student Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Council. They want to make sure that when they are in the halls, they are in the classrooms, that they see people who look like them. And so I think that's one of and that's what we are really trying to respond to. And we've made strides in this. One of the things that we did a few years ago at UW Parkside is I asked our, at the time, Director of Human Resources, if she would be willing to take the leadership of equity, diversity, and inclusion for our campus. And it was more distributed at Parkside. And so Dr. Sharronda Glass became the Associate Vice Chancellor for Human Resources and Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. Because I believe that in order to make a real impact to really support what we were trying to accomplish and to amplify the good work of our Office of Multicultural Student Affairs, which is fabulous. They are phenomenal. And they're doing all the work they can do. But if we don't enhance the culture and also enhance the compositional diversity, that was going to be difficult. So that was one of the key strategies that we did. Another thing that we have been able to do is show the deans, show our faculty colleagues, show our directors the diversity of their workforce. So you have to get down to the individual department level to see where the opportunities are, where the challenges are. And then we have invested in a lot of training and conversations, because Sharonda Glass and the HR team go in and meet with not just at the time of a search, conversations about anti-bias training and how do you attract and recruit a diverse pool of candidates. But we've focused on that. The other thing is Trina Patterson, who's our coordinator for EDI at Parkside and part of the HR team, she is having conversations that say, let's just talk. Let's talk about what's happening in your particular unit. What can we do differently, and allowing folks to share their vulnerabilities and what they don't know, and how can they then improve their own commitment to EDI. And that has been very helpful as well. The other piece I think that we have to do, and I know we are trying to do as a system, is we have to create more diverse pools, and that will take additional investments in working with professional associations and working and advertising our opportunities in publications that tend to attract more diverse candidates. So it starts at the beginning. And then the other thing I think we have done, and we will continue to do, is we have to send pools back. We have to say to our search and screen committees that if they are not diverse, we have to start over, or we have to continue the search until we get the candidate pool that we believe reflects the diversity that we're striving for. So those are a few things that we're doing. On the student side, I think it starts way earlier, and we have to look at what's happening in middle school and high school. And we closely partner with two Strive Together networks, Higher Expectations and Building Our Future, to understand the pathway all the way through K-12, through higher education, to what's next after college and university graduation. But we are seeing some very alarming trends of what is happening, particularly to underrepresented students in middle and high school, and they don't even see that college or university as a possibility. And so that's the opportunity we have in working with Superintendent Underly and our K-12 partners to create that on the front end. And it has to start there. It can't start the freshman year at our universities. It's too late.
Thank you, Chancellor Ford. Chancellor Alexander.
Thank you. So I guess I would just add a few things, and some of this will build on, again, what my colleagues have said. I agree with very much with what Chancellor Gibson is saying. We've made inclusivity one of our 6 strategic priorities for the university, and we've declared that it is everyone's responsibility on the campus to be responsible for it. That it is not something that exists in a particular part of campus. It is the campus that is responsible for creating an inclusive environment in every way. It should not be separated. Secondly, there's some things that we're doing as a result of that, I guess, that I would mention. One is in our business school, which is our most diverse college, we've started a mentor-mentee program for all of our new students that come in, where we match up new students with community members, community leaders, in fact, often, who will work with our students and help to make sure that they are seeing the value of college and how it can help them through their program of study. And we're hoping to expand that across the rest of the university, but we started it this year in our business school. Very excited about that. In the HR practices, we've worked very hard to change many of the HR practices that are happening at the university, including in a lot of positions, we make bilingual preferred or even bilingual required to ensure that we're getting a more diverse pool of candidates that apply. We're thinking very carefully, again, like Chancellor Ford mentioned about, the supervisor has to sign off on every single search to agree to whether or not the pool is diverse enough to continue the search, or if we need to keep searching until we get a more diverse pool to make sure we're looking at a broad range of candidates and providing the best opportunity for ourselves to hire the best candidate that might also be underrepresented. We're also looking at how very carefully at data and how we're thinking about this from a socioeconomic perspective. I think what Chancellor Mone is saying, we're also considering very strongly that if you think about things in relation to socioeconomic problems, you solve this for all students and to make sure that we have the right support services in place to help, like the other my colleague has said, we have a very high percentage of first-generation students, and to think about that from a socioeconomic perspective. We're also looking at this in relation to the diversity of our region. And everything that we're doing, we're trying to make sure that it's reflective of where we sit as a regional comprehensive. And even down to our academic units, right? How to make sure that each academic unit is hopefully becoming more, contributing to a more diverse field that they are serving, right? And so this is really important that we look at the micro level, not just the macro level, what's happening at the university. And finally, to the point, the very important point about when we're engaging in this conversation, we have something called Future Phoenix. We start in 5th grade by bringing literally hundreds, if not thousands, of 5th graders from across the region to our campus to start understanding that college is for them. We track them, we bring them back again in 8th grade, and we work very hard to make sure that we are starting this conversation from a very young age and partnering with our school districts that surround us to help make sure that we're opening as broad a pool as we can of students who are considering a university as part of their future. And frankly, any university. We know that some of them come to UW Green Bay, but we know a lot of the students that we engage there also go to other UW campuses that are Future Phoenix students, and they end up going to many other universities across the UW.
Thank you, Chancellor Alexander. Regent President Benny Deeds, would this be an appropriate time? Could we open it up to Regent questions at this point? And if people who do have questions or comments, could we just say if you're addressing it to one of the chancellors or to the full panel, please? And Regent Rye.
Go ahead, you can.
Thank you, and I guess this will go to all 4 of our panelists. Thank you, Regent President Menendez, for dedicating so much time to such an important topic. So, you know, I had a chance to visit Parkside. Being a rookie regent, one of the best things in the world to do is to visit campuses and meet with students and ask them what their wish list is. And the first thing that came out of an African-American woman's mouth was, I would like my faculty to look like me. So that being the source of my question, recruitment is one thing, and you've addressed that. But retention of faculty is extremely important. As Chancellor Maloney pointed out, you know, they're highly sought after. So understanding that once you become faculty, you don't stop being Black, don't stop being Hispanic, you're still underrepresented, and you have challenges in the workplace once you achieve that. So it's great that we're going to recruit our students to be faculty, but it's not like suddenly their problems go away, become faculty. I'd like to understand the steps from obtaining tenure to retention tactics to addressing some of that group of faculty special needs that you're putting in place. Because what I'd hate to see is we get faculty, we train them up, and they leave because we haven't made the effort in retention. So I really would like to focus my question around what are you doing around faculty retention when we get that? And like I said, from tenure on down, what are the plans?
I'll start with that. And I would point out, you know, just as a foundation, that the recruitment approach, there's a number of strategies and tactics that we all have to engage in. And they include 3 steps. One is around possibilities of grow your own. The second one is stronger alliances with, for example, HBCUs and other diverse sources of talent. And the third one is, you know, whether it's specific targeted opportunity hires or integrating the diversity and inclusion framework into everything we do. That's foundational. But your question is, to me, the more important one, and that is, if we don't put equal, if not even or more attention on the retention and development of all our faculty and staff, then the first steps don't matter, the foundation falls apart. So the types of things that we're doing is we've engaged with respect to trying to change the culture, which is not an overnight thing, around value, respect, guiding value types of things. But we also sent over 20 people to the University of Southern California's Race, Ethnicity, and Equity Center with Dr. Sean Harper. And those people came back and became train-the-trainers. And we then created our own curriculum that other campuses have now used. And we developed a training program around, and it's required, around inclusion and engagement And that became mandatory training that we implemented last year. This year, it's where students are participating in that training. And so that's a start. In addition, the longstanding history of our faculty mentoring program has been really important. And we don't ask or expect that for our faculty of color that you have to have a mentor of color, but really much more broad types of pairings that we've engaged. So those are a couple of things that we have engaged in. We're allocating more resources, not just to the training, but to actually increasing the numbers. Because what we found is if you have in a department an N of one person of color, it makes that person really, it puts them in a difficult situation. So there's a lot of efforts underway to increase the numbers and build on the starts that we have. The biggest challenge that we have in this area, though, I have to say, is that we're down over 200 faculty over the last 7 or 8 years. And so it's incredibly hard when you're contracting to simultaneously diversify further. So that's why it's diversify everywhere we can, but we have to have even better targets. We have to have better goals and increase the accountability, as my colleagues have talked about, in terms of how we measure and monitor this.
Other chancellors?
Yeah, I would like to respond, and that one of the things that I'm really proud of at Stephen's point is our Center for Inclusive Teaching and Learning. And this centers, like many of my colleagues, provide mentoring support, not only for faculty of color, but for all faculty and staff at the institution, really sharing what it means to be an inclusive an environment and better understanding what resources faculty of color needs to be successful at the institution, to make good progress if they are in a tenure track position, and how to get connected, not only on campus, but within the greater community. One of the challenges that we have is our number of diverse faculty is extremely small. But it does allows an opportunity to bring to bear greater support services. So our deans are very intentional about ensuring that the climate is appropriate for each and all faculty and staff in their respective colleges. And we're, as I shared, we're seriously and aggressively pursuing this grow your own model because evidence have suggested that typical recruitment strategies isn't working for us. So we need to, as Mark noted, we too are outreaching and forming partnerships with HBCUs, with colleagues that's with outside of our network. That's one of the things that I really challenge faculty to and others, because oftentimes folks like to recruit from within their network. Well, what does your network look like? You know, so quite possibly you need to think beyond one's network. But climate is extremely important, and we found that our biggest recruitment tool is the experience of current diverse faculty and staff at the institution. If they are having a good experience and feel supported, valued, and feel the sense of belonging, they will share that message with others, which would be helpful in recruiting. Like many of my colleagues here, we too had to tighten our belts, if you will, regarding budgets that really presented, actually represented and prevented an opportunity to hire in ways in which we would like. But for opportunities that do exist at the institution, I am encouraging colleagues to think about how might we ensure that there's greater diversity in these positions. And I'm challenging and holding them accountable to doing so.
Regent Wright, thank you for your question, and thank you for visiting Parkside. The retention of our faculty and staff, but I'll talk specifically about our faculty, is really important. And it is very competitive out there for all of the great talent that we have across our institutions. But I know that many of our faculty and our staff choose UW Parkside because of our diversity. And they want to help us to reach the goals and certainly support our students. So our commitment to retention starts in the recruitment process. So having them and helping them understand who we are as an institution and the role that they play. We also have a more robust faculty and staff orientation program, and we've embedded equity, diversity, and inclusion training in that for all of our new folks. And then under Provost Dukoff's leadership, we've expanded that program for new faculty so that they have an ongoing faculty colloquium of each cohort every year. So we're also helping faculty to create a cohort model. And then they have mentors that help them along the tenure process, because that's what's really important to all of us as we hire our young faculty, is helping them get through tenure. And then something I'm really excited about, two things. One, the provost is revising our academic and student affairs plan. We call it ASAP 2025. And equity, diversity, and inclusion has been elevated in that plan. And a core part of that is the creation of the new position, Associate Provost, and I have to read it, and Director of the Center for Excellence in Inclusive Teaching and Learning. We previously had a Teaching and Learning Center, which was great. And the previous director did a great job. He retired. But rather than just hire someone to fill that role, we really rethought about that position and how do we have focus on inclusive teaching and learning and create a center of excellence for UW Parkside. And so we've just hired our first director, and she is doing phenomenal work, really listening and learning. And that will also help all of our faculty, but more importantly, our faculty of color to be successful, because they have another space and a place to go for that support on campus.
Thanks for the question, Major. I would just say a couple of things. Again, just try to be efficient here. We have employee resource groups across our campus, and that's really important as a way for our faculty and staff to be able to engage with each other in ways that are helpful to them to feel comfortable on our campus. We've taken a lot of the steps I've already heard today, but I will say one thing that's maybe a little counterintuitive, but the biggest thing we've, I think, tried to do is try to make sure that we're engaging them off the campus as well as on the campus. That the reason we have learned that many of our faculty leave is not necessarily because of the university, it's because they don't feel comfortable actually in the place they're living. And so we've made a very intentional effort to connect to connect to our community in all ways. That's one of our strategic priorities. And to make sure that through the programming we do, through the ways we invite people onto our campus and the way we get off of our campus into the community, that we're helping faculty and staff to be part of the community, to feel really proud to live in Green Bay or Manitowoc or Sheboygan or Marinette. That's really, really important to us to be able to keep them. They have to feel like they want to live there in addition to work there. And so we're working very hard to solve that problem.
Excellent point, Chancellor. Go ahead, Chancellor.
Great presentation. I enjoyed learning. And this is not the first presentation that one thing that I feel that we need to make a step towards is what do we need to change? We talk about where we are with BNI, but what do us as Regents and us as the UW system need to do? We have lots of tools at our disposal. Right? How we spend money at the system or allocation, how we spend how we evaluate chancellors, and the list goes on and on. So what do Regents and the system change or improve for you guys to be more successful?
Great question. I'm going to start with Chancellor Alexander just to give him a chance to start out.
Thank you. I'm not sure I should defer maybe to Chancellor Mone again to start, but I'll try to articulate this as best as I can. And I said this to Regent Klein the other day, and I think it's important to think about this as a system issue, right? It's of a primary importance to the UW system. The solution, however, may not be an entirely system solution, right? That this really comes down to how each university is in their own region or in their own community and solving these problems. That's where we need the support, in my opinion. That that while it's a massive system issue, the solutions for each campus, I feel, are going to be slightly different, right? We can all learn from each other, we all do. But there's not one thing that's going to fit all of us, right? As I mentioned in the reading plan the other day, if you look at even the diversity of the regions that we serve are very different, right? And so how do we think of this both at a system level and at a university level, I think is really, really key to us being able to move forward. And hopefully as each university gets stronger, then what's going to happen is that the overall strength of the system is going to also improve as a result.
Can you speak particularly to your situation? How Regents can better help support you in your efforts? And it could just be get out of the way.
Well, I don't want to say that. So I don't know if that's the sort of thing. I think, it does help a lot when we're able to have these conversations. It helps us to learn what you're seeing. It helps us to be able to think about what's happening across the rest of the UW system. It helps us to, I think, actually having the ability for us to come up with, metrics that help to make sure that we are continually looking at this issue and continually getting better with it, I think are really key. So I do think there's an important role for Regents to play here. But I think also listening to us when we are saying this is what's peculiar, this is a particular issue that may be peculiar to our campus or to our region that we are trying to solve, to be willing to let us think of it maybe in a slightly different way as we go forward. That it may not be we may be doing it a little bit different, doesn't mean it's right or wrong. It just means that we feel that's the way it's best right now for Green Bay to try to proceed.
I have so many notes on this, but I'm going to kind of pick one, I think, that I think would be helpful. I think one of the challenges that we face is that we often shift to a new initiative before we get to scale. And so we're trying to do so many things at once, and it's distributed and the impact is muted. And so I think where the Regents could help us is making this a priority, which I know it is, right? And then having looking at the data, setting some reasonable targets and a time frame in which to achieve those, and that's that accountability we've been talking about this morning, and giving us the flexibility and autonomy at the campus level, as Michael is talking about, to develop the initiatives and the strategies, but to get them to a scale so that we really see the impact. And activities are not necessarily going to make the changes that we desire. This is about enhancing and enhancing our campus climate, our campus cultures, and those things take time. So I would say, supporting the coordination of our efforts, because this is something we're all working on and it's very multifaceted. And certainly, I think just supporting us in this, being open to having conversations where we can share some of the challenges that we're facing, some of the things we're trying, allowing us to fail, because not everything we try is going to work. And knowing that it's going to be different from our campuses. I think that's going to be really important as we go forward.
So I would add that I would like to see an increase in accountability measures. Certainly, we each are all doing trainings and other types of education, but I would like to see accountability for structural changes at our institutions, such as an increase in representation in the leaderships teams at our respective institutions, among the faculty ranks, even within our system administration. To me, that's more structural changes that will have positive impact for generations of students to come. And certainly having the latitude, as my colleagues noted, to implement strategies and tactics that are appropriate for our respective institutions. So there's no one size fits all, but I certainly would appreciate some shared and common goals around some structural changes.
I'll tick off 5 or 6 things. Number one, the tuition promise as a potential, is a game changer. Governor Thompson, you had that as a major priority from the legislature. That would make a huge difference, particularly with respect to our underrepresented students. So that's number one. Number two, advocating for more opportunities for dual enrollment areas, using your connections with superintendents, with high schools, other areas, urban and rural. That is so critical to give students confidence, to give students economy, to give them a head start. There's nothing like giving college credit while in high school. There's nothing that substitutes for that. I can tell you from our work with Milwaukee Public Schools, it's a huge game changer. I know that Green Bay has done an incredible job growing that, and that's a huge factor for their growth and enrollment. So that's number two. Number three, we've got to have more resources for diverse faculty hires. That's something that at a campus level, it's very hard to do that. And you can say, well, reallocate, look at your reserves. I'm taking $500,000 for that from reserves, but those reserves are largely a timing issue because of the HERF funds. When we got the lapse return, the lapses, things are going to look quite a bit different, I think, in 1 and 2 years. Other activities in terms of a framework that I would look at is to have each campus, to Chancellor Alexander's point, to have each campus develop its own. But I think from a system-wide perspective, Dr. Warren Anderson has got some great experience working to help, from a system perspective, work with chancellors to help create their own plans, measured from a baseline perspective against our current state, and then look at the progress that we have there. So those are some of the things that I think specifically Regents could do to help us, as well as the types of things, Regent Bechtel, you've been involved with in terms of identifying experiential activities, really immersing students in learning opportunities above and beyond what we might have in our own immediate networks. Final comment would be sharing best practices. Creating fora for that is really important. We all can learn from each other. Everybody, as you're hearing, is doing different things. I know all of our colleagues across the system are doing things unique to their areas, but sharing that, having that penetrate our activities, I think will really help a lot.
Can I share one final observation? As I, look around this table, we are fortunate to have accomplished leaders and colleagues around this table. So I often thought, what might it look like if the board led a comprehensive campaign effort to raise funds to attract and recruit diverse students, faculty, and staff? That would be transformational for each of our institutions.
It's a really interesting idea, Chancellor Gibson. And, I've seen other universities where it's the Regent Hall or the Regent Scholarships or whatever. That's a great idea. Let's not lose that idea. It's really good. Regent Bechtel, did you have a question?
No, I really appreciate the conversation. Nothing. Keep moving here.
I just want to make sure I get everybody. Regent Bogus.
I'll try to make it quick in a panel, but anybody can answer it for time's sake. I was just really happy to hear, Chancellor Alexander, that the program of fifth graders, and I'm take this the other way because I think what's happening all over in the country, what's happening here as far as education, underserved, underrepresented population, is in schools, kids start very young trying to picture themselves, their future. And if they can't have a picture of what that's like, then we're not going to get those populations to our system. So I'm just curious, Chancellor Alexander, you had mentioned program. Do we have enough of that touch schools? And it's not all on, I firmly don't believe it's all on, it's all up to everybody. But I just see a lot of people in my family are educators, and they come by the fact that kids in sixth grade say, why would I work? Why have no opportunity? I'm not going to work college. So they don't know anybody. So I'm just curious what happens. That's all.
I'll just say a few words to start. Thanks for the question. I really believe that our actions matter here much more than our words, and that like Chancellor was mentioning, the Future Phoenix, the key to it is that we have Future Phoenix, but we also back it up with Rising Phoenix. We provide a resource even to the school districts in our region and across the state, even in EDI training. So Dr. Corey King, our Vice Chancellor for Inclusivity and Student Affairs, has created a program where we provide EDI training for school districts, now serving school districts across 26 states. And it's the actions that we're taking and how often we're engaging with the school districts as a partner with them in this. And to sort of, I know this may sound strange, but to sort of be agnostic in the process, right? The goal is to get more and more high school students interested in higher education. The byproduct, I guess, that we're going to get more students at UW Green Bay because we're talking to our local region. But the key is to get more, just in general, more students interested in seeing themselves continuing their education at any point in their life. And the last thing I'll say in this is, one of the keys to this, I believe, is that we try to get them to understand that if they don't go to college at 18, it doesn't mean they can never go to college. And we're working very hard to send that message that college is higher education is a lifelong pursuit. And we have to get them believing that from the time they're in 5th grade or earlier, that this is it's not if you miss it at 18 that you're done forever, that you have to think of this throughout your whole career.
Regent Bogus, I think that's an excellent example of one of the opportunities we have to scale. It is one of the areas that we need to improve at UW Parkside. I'm grateful that President Thompson allocated resources to some of the campuses, including UW Parkside, for college navigators. We now have 2 additional staff members working in the Racine and Kenosha Unified Schools to help more students get on the enrollment path, hopefully to Parkside, but hopefully to an institution. But we know we have to be present earlier. And so there are some things we're doing in partnership with the community. That's part of the Higher Ed Regional Alliance, a work that Mark and I are a part of as well. And this has to be a joint effort, but what can I learn from what Michael is doing at Green Bay? And I know what Jim is doing at Eau Claire to really have a sustainable program with multiple touch points that starts throughout middle and high school. And it is something we need to do to set that intention. And the other thing I'll say, this keeps me up at night. Keeps me up at night knowing that just a few miles from our campus, there are students that see us as hundreds of miles away. And we are right there. And they don't even know that we're there and that we are ready and we want them to be part of our learning community at UW Parkside.
So at Stephen's point, we have thousands of students each year that come to our campus for a number of different programs and activities. And we've been really intentional about getting in front of those students every opportunity that we get to share the importance of our higher education. We often like to frame it, and the pursuit of a higher education is really an investment in oneself. And we're all here committed to provide on-ramps and open doors for each and every person who we know would benefit from a UW Stevens Point education. The other thing that I would add is we do have a federal TRIO program, Upward Bound, on our campus. While it's limited in the number of students in which it serves, but it also provides an opportunity to prepare lower income, first generation, historically underrepresented students with some outlook on what a college experience might be, and begin to introduce some of the rigors of college somewhat earlier. If there was a way to scale that program to serve greater numbers of students, I think that we will certainly make a difference in our efforts to recruit greater numbers of students and foster closer relationships with K-12.
So I think the answer is coloring books. And I say that somewhat as a joke, but also quite serious. And what I mean is that if you think about how a lot of young people, very young, K-5, really young, get hooked on whether it's restaurants or other types of activities, they take something tangible home. So what we do is we bring students in at young ages, not nearly enough, but they go to our School of Freshwater Sciences and they understand this concept of, if I want to become a scientist, if I want to be able to go out on the lake and spend my time doing that, I need a college degree. It's that instrumentality, it's that path. And I want them to have, and we've actually been working on some model coloring books to do this, so that kids leave with something tangible that then gets at home and it kicks around and it's something that's in their bedrooms and other kids talk about it. So it starts that young. But more specifically, what we do is we've had a long-standing program called College for Kids. And this starts very young, and kids come from all different ages. A number of people have been very supportive of that in the community. A number of folks have come in and said, I want to help support that, because they see that as the modeling that happens. The challenge, as Chancellor Ford has pointed out, is there's so many people who do not see college as attainable. They don't understand that. They haven't had that role modeling. So we also have a lot of science fairs. We do a lot of things with middle and high schools, bring students onto our campus, high achieving, yes, but also really reaching out. So we have some wonderful basketball programs, some other things that really engage. And a final example is where we have with our MCube partnership that you've probably all heard about before with MPS and MATC. We have thousands of students who come on campus for job and career fairs in high school. And it's the first time most of these students have either been on a campus, but it's also especially the first time they've had to suit up for an interview. They get training ahead of time, resume preparation, and it's a really wonderful coming of age experience. But then they also see the importance of a college degree and what these employers are looking for. But they get jobs as juniors and seniors in high school. And so there's a lot of things that we have these opportunities to do and are doing, but we do need more resources to scale them. There's no question about it.
And I'm going to call for a comment by Regent Cologne and then Regent Underly.
Thank you so much. Regent Klein. Have a little bit of back, but I'll try to make it short here. I just want to applaud all of the chancellors for what I heard here today. Is very impressive. I just want to say that, you know, equity, diversity, inclusion will bring new and more creative perspectives that will allow us to stretch ourselves and ultimately make us better. It would also help us attract and retain students, faculty, as well as leaders, which will be very beneficial to the UW system. And lastly, and very basically, it will help us prepare for the future. So I just want to let you know that I'm very supportive. I'm committed to help in any way I can. You know, just thinking about some of the discussion of what could be done at the board level, I do believe that there should be something, whether it be a framework, some best practices, some common objectives, so that we can truly measure our progress. I'm fearful if we don't do anything to that effect, we could be here 5 years later and we're not moving the needle as much as we want or intend to do. So those are just some comments. I'm wondering if maybe a question could be, are there some frameworks, some common objectives that gives the chancellors a lot of flexibility and the campuses a lot of flexibility, but we have some type of policy or oversight to ensure that we're moving the needle.
Go ahead, Chancellor Mone.
I'd offer two thoughts on that, Regent Cologne. Thank you for your comments and support. Number one, just as an example of something that we're shooting for that could be part of something, you know, again, depending on baseline, depending on where campuses are at. Number one is we're part of the Milwaukee Metro Association of Commerce Region of Choice. And as that collaborative unfolds, we have a collective goal by 2025 to increase our diversity across the entire workforce by 15% by where our baseline was at in 2020. In addition, 25% more leaders, supervisors, directors. So that's very concrete, very measurable, the type of thing that we're really working on. What's interesting about that particular initiative is that we're the largest source of talent for the other 110 leading organizations that want to get that. With 5,200 students coming out with the largest number of diverse Wisconsinites, this is where a lot of these companies are coming. The second aspect is that we have a DEI framework with metrics, with time frames, accountabilities, a number of things built in. And that's the type of thing that I think we could scale and look at. And again, with the chancellors, looking at those types of frameworks to put those measures in place with ultimately Regent oversight. But again, I referred to Dr. Anderson with your experience in terms of looking at what would be some of the common elements, but then some of the unique issues. We're in very unique geographies. We serve very different student populations. So I don't think there's a one size fitting all, but there are specific components that we all could have as common elements with regard to that.
And Chancellor, we've talked about this too, is kind of somewhat the model being the freshwater collaborative, where it was unique but yet basic elements. I want to get Regent Underly in from her unique perspective, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the work that you've done on this, Chancellors. It's also an issue that I've struggled with from multifacets. Just as a student, my first experience on a college campus was when my high school went for a regional forensics meet, for example. And that was that moment in my life where, I was very interested. And then I think about the school districts. There's 425 of our public school districts, and there's no coordination really between the K-12 system and the University of Wisconsin system. And so really we have to start thinking about this as it's one system. And pipeline issues that we struggle with recruitment, faculty, the same pipeline issues that we struggle with recruitment of a diverse faculty as well in K-12. And we think about the students that go into the university, they're coming out of our K-12. And so we really need, when we look at the challenge, we have to look at our infrastructure and structural coordination that we have between the two systems and start approaching it from the perspective that we are all on the same system. So thank you for the work you did on this.
President Thompson, did you want to?
Yeah, very quickly. We started a program, Board of Regents in UW system called the Navigator Program. And Chancellor Ford, you mentioned it. It's up for renewal, and I would like to have some comments. I think from my perspective, it's an excellent program, but I've only heard you mention it, Chancellor Ford. And if it's not, I know Chancellor Mone, you would love to be a part of it, and will be if we include it. Will be included, but I really would like to have some comments because this really gets to the heart of what several of the Board of Regents have talked about. Is an active program going into high school. So if I could just get some quick comments, I'd really appreciate it. Starting with you, Chancellor Ford.
Thank you. And first of all, again, thank you for the investment. And I think as we've talked about that we have, and as Regent Underly just mentioned, we have to be part of a talent pipeline. And so we have to see the pipeline. We have to understand where the leaks are in that pipeline. And there are many, and particularly they are bigger for our underrepresented minorities. So the more that we can partner and have folks in the high schools that can support our students and support them with the enrollment process. Again, remember, many students in Wisconsin are the first in their family to go on to college. And so helping them understand that. So the college navigators are playing an additional role because they are navigating the process. They are not recruiters and just selling what we do, even though our recruiters also help a lot with the enrollment process. So President Thompson, I think we have to see it through. I think we have to scale that so that all of our campuses have the support in the high schools and then ultimately in the middle schools. And maybe that's not our staff, but we're leveraging the partnerships with our local United Ways, our Strive Together networks and other community partners. But yes, we need that investment, and I'll speak on behalf of my colleagues. They need it too. But I just want to add one point, Regent Klein, to the framework. I think another aspect to the framework that we haven't talked about today is policies. And we need to ensure that the policies that we have on our campuses and within the system, we have reviewed those with an equity lens in mind and a rubric around equity and how certain policies unfortunately disadvantage underrepresented minority students more than others. And we have the data behind that. And so I'd like to add that to the framework discussion.
Thank you, Chancellor Ford. And I'm going to conclude this portion of the comments. I want to say, first of all, you guys are very impressive. As always, I would say our chancellors are our greatest resource in this system. And this was an extremely helpful conversation. I think I speak on behalf of all of us for the Board of Regents. We're not going to drop this. I think what I hope we can do is potentially come back with a recommendation fairly quickly for leadership to consider regarding establishing some sort of a, I don't want to call it a task force multi-month, but I think what we need to do is use the framework of this discussion to determine what needs to be, what can be leveraged, what's campus specific, what strategic planning is done at the campus level, and then what can we do that has system-wide elements, basic elements that are system-wide. So we can leverage good work like the Navigator program or other things that we see working and we have a model for. I think, I'm always reminded you can do anything, but you can't do everything. And the thing I have to remind myself of constantly. So, but I think we just have to prioritize what we can achieve, and that's not going to come from this group. We provide the platform. It's going to have to come from all of you. So that will be, I think, at least my recommendation back to our leadership. And I hope we can come back with some very defined goals, objectives that have bubbled up from all of you and all of your good work. So I want to thank you on behalf of the Board of Regents for engaging in this conversation today. Anything more from either you, Regent Walsh, or President Kennedy?
I would just like to say now you can see why she's the perfect choice to chair this governance committee in particularly this issue. So thank you, Regent Klein. Thank you, Chancellors. We're going to hear another side of this, another part of this, but we're going to take a 5-minute break because I want us to be more energized and move around a little bit before we do this. So 5 minutes and then we'll reconvene. Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's like to see people.
That should wait. Maybe not really. No. It's true.
Jess, am I introducing or are you? Should I go ahead? Or is it?
You're missing some regions. Oh, yeah. We'll round up the regions and get started.
President Manides, I would just want to let you know Hector Colon's on the call.
Okay. Thank you. All right. I guess we're going to start. Next, we'll invite Ben Passmore, Associate Vice President for Policy Analysis and Research, to the podium to present on trends in enrollment and student success.
Thank you, Regent President. I'm very happy to be here today because this gives us an opportunity to place the questions of equity, diversity, and inclusion that you all have already been discussing within the greater context of the enrollment trends, which have also been frequently a subject of discussion, and were in fact this morning when President Thompson referred to our most recent numbers. Broadly speaking, we are in a period of enrollment decline. Now, this is largely something that has gone on, is largely driven by our undergraduate enrollment. And more specifically, it's largely driven by relatively rapid declines in the enrollment of resident Wisconsin undergraduates. So a lot of what we're doing is already taking a funnel and looking at our citizens, our students coming out of high school. And we're getting less of them with each passing year. Now, what's interesting about this is that you hear a lot of talk in the media in particularly, and you hear a lot of talk in official circles as well about declines in high school graduation. That is to say, there are simply less students available for us to bring in. Well, let me just say that's not true. In fact, we went through a period where we did have declining numbers of high school graduates in the mid-teens, but since then we've largely recovered to reasonable and historic levels. So what we're talking about here is not a question of there are simply less students for us to recruit. Instead, what we're talking about is a decline in the number of students, the percentage of those students who are coming to us. So right now, the number of students who are coming to us for the first time is not that different than it has been in past years. But the pool is actually larger. We should be in a period of enrollment growth, not in a period of enrollment decline, which is where we find ourselves. Now, there are a lot of things going on here, and I'm going to try to focus this in on kind of the specifics that drive particularly into the EDI issues. So let's take a look at this in terms of race ethnicity. Three key things going on here. The first is our largest group, which is white students, has in fact gone into decline. Secondly, our fastest growing group, Hispanic students, has also declined. And third, and perhaps most strikingly, we see that we have never had particularly, well, we've never had good rates of college participation from our Native American or our African American students. In fact, those numbers stand at 9% and have consistently remained at that rate. So less than 1 in 10 of the students graduating from Wisconsin high schools from Native American or African American groups are coming to UW institutions. All of this represents, those two numbers at the bottom are consistent. The numbers I referred to with Hispanics and white students actually represent a fairly significant change, because if I can go back for a moment, well, that remains to be seen. If I can go back for a moment, that line across the top there is the participation rate overall of our high school students. And you notice it extends all the way to 2000, very stable back that way. I could roll that back another 20 years into the early 1980s, and it would be a flat line. This is a number that for 40 years we could rely on, which has in the last 3 years began to decline at a relatively dramatic rate. Now, I'll come back to that in a moment, but let me talk a little bit about the compositional diversity more broadly, because even amidst that problem, we have seen both the number, we have grown enrollment of students of color, both in terms of numbers and in terms of percentages of our population. This is particularly the case with Hispanic students. And I think you heard the chancellors refer to their desire, a couple of the chancellors refer to their desire to become Hispanic serving institutions. 20 or 30 years ago, that wouldn't have been a realistic possibility. Now it really does speak to a very fast growing part of our population. But clearly, even with these numbers going in the right direction, in the direction we want to see them go, given the participation rates we saw on the previous slide, we're not doing close to as much as we could do if we were able to recruit more of those students into our ranks. Now, I told you there were more things going on here, and what I've talked about largely is issues of race and ethnicity at this point. But I'd like to kind of expand that discussion a little bit because I think it's relevant. The bar at the bottom of these is the number of first-generation students who are coming to us. And this has also been in decline for a number of years. So this is first generation of any background from Wisconsin who have come to us who are coming to us. And that number has been in kind of a long-term decline. And if you can see, it's actually seems to have accelerated somewhat over the last 5 or so years. So what's going on here? Well, part of this is that one of the key areas of access to our institutions makes up for, or key areas of access to the UW system has in fact struggled mightily in recent years. Our UW colleges and their successor branch institutions have accounted for much of the decline that we are talking about here over time. And the losses that we are taking in those areas seem to be driving this declining participation rate. So a key area of access seems to have faltered significantly over the last 5 to 6 years. Even as that is going on, our other big source of our other big access point for our students through transfer, and specifically, and I'm sorry, this is could have done better with this slide, I apologize, but the yellow bar at the bottom is our number of transfer students from WTCS, from our technical college system. The bars on top, and it gets complicated because of restructuring, but the bars on top are our transfer from UW institutions to other UW institutions. So our colleges and indeed some of our 4 years. And as you can see, that number has also been in decline. So we have 2 areas that the branch campuses, formerly UW colleges, and our transfer flow from WTCS, both of which seem to be faltering to some extent. So once we have the students with us, though, how are we doing? Well, I think you heard I think that the Chancellor did a wonderful job in talking about what they are doing to improve retention and graduation rates of the students who are there to create a sense of belonging and the like. And in fact, if you look at this and if we simply put this in, there's ups and downs, but if we put it in as a straight line, what we see is slow but steady improvement and reduction in the gaps between the blue line, which is underrepresented minority students, and the yellow line, which is non-underrepresented minority students. However, a point made by both Chancellors Gibson and Ford is it's not necessarily clear, and if I'm paraphrasing, I apologize, but it's not necessarily clear that we get to the elimination of these rates through this slow, steady progress. And indeed, Chancellor Ford's reference to the moonshot for equity is, I think, a recognition that something bigger needs to happen in order to drive that forward. So we see that closing, but not at a particularly rapid rate. Similarly, we see the 6-year graduation rates, again, URM on the bottom, non-URM on the top, closing. Those gaps are not what they were, but they are not closing particularly rapidly, and it's unclear how long it would be with slow, steady progress for those to close, or if indeed that they would close them again. Now, I know I have run through a number of these things rather rapidly, but I wanted to go back and hit kind of what I think are the most critical trends here, and go back through them and then leave plenty of room for my colleague, Dr. Anderson, and for the Regents to ask questions. A key thing, you hear this all the time, so I put it at the top of every slide every time I get to talk about enrollment. The number of traditional college-age persons available to us in the state of Wisconsin is not in decline. It is relatively stable. We get to the late 2020s, it does indeed decline pretty rapidly. But right now, we've got enough students, or we've got enough potential students. The participation rate is the critical concern. Persistent low participation by underrepresented minorities, falling participation in other groups. The student experience with transfer is clearly a key issue because we simply, that does not seem to be flowing in the way that we would want to. Achievement gaps have persisted but narrowed. And there are, one of the chancellors also mentioned that just because you didn't go to college immediately does not mean you can't. And there is in fact a large older population in the state of Wisconsin without degrees that could be accessed by our institution. I'm happy to answer questions. I'm happy to have questions.
I'd like to ask the chancellors also to ask questions if they have any. So any questions? Yes, Chancellor Hendricks. Go ahead.
Ben, a couple of years ago when you came to my class, when I was teaching a course on higher education and finance, you talked in particular about Pell eligible students as being a target population where we are underperforming. Could you say something about that?
Absolutely, and thank you, Chancellor Henderson. I was a very enjoyable class, and I'm happy that you remember that. One of the things that I didn't feature up here, because we're still kind of crunching numbers on this, is the issue of low income students. We have in the past looked at the gross family income, not simply Pell eligibility, which is kind of the proxy we use for low income students. And indeed, the number has remained below where it should be. It has never reached the kind of level that suggests that we are in fact addressing the low income students. But financial aid is a complicated thing. There's a lot of things that go into that determination of Pell eligibility. So we've also looked at gross family income over time. And what we found was, if you look back to the end of the Great Recession up through 2018, and these are the numbers that we are currently crunching, the only group that saw larger numbers and larger percentages coming is those with gross family incomes above $100,000. Every other group, we saw declines in the level of participation. Don't have I mean, part of the reason we're still looking at this is because that's a very striking result. And as we move forward with that, I do think that the pieces that I brought here are tied with that kind of access through lower cost initial institutions, through local institutions, that is to say the campuses that are right there in the community with the branches and the like.
Regent Klein had a question first.
If you could go, Ben, this is a great presentation. Could you go back to the conclusory slide, please?
Yes, if I could get the slides back up.
I guess what I noted and what I found shocking is the second participation rates by, it seems like Wisconsin residents as a group. And, you know, I don't understand that if that's, it seems like we need to get behind that number somehow. And I'm not sure if that is talking with counselors, high school counselors, or if it's talking to students in high school. But the fact, I always assumed our population was falling, therefore the percentage was constant. The fact that we're not attracting the same percentage of Wisconsin residents is alarming to me.
We have, my department has spent a considerable amount of time and effort since we first started seeing this, trying to determine two things. One, are they just not coming to us, or are they just not coming? And it seems like it's a bit of both. That the fact is that we do see overall drops in the participation rate of students coming out of high school. Something has happened with the access to higher education, either within the student, within the potential student, or within kind of the way we provision higher education in the state. Something has gone on there that has caused that to drop. And our initial look, and I don't want to get too far out ahead of this, is that even within those students who are coming into higher education, we are getting a somewhat lower percentage, not a hugely lower percentage. Most of it is in the students who just don't come, but we are in fact losing out on some of those to other institutions on some of those.
Regent Kosh.
Why do we market ourselves as a four-year institution and measure graduation rates at 6 years?
Excellent question. It's an excellent question, and I'll give you kind of a pat answer, which is that it is the industry standard to use this as 150% of the time required. It is the standard that you see in federal, in all sorts of federal measurement. It's the standard you see in all sorts of college ranking guides and the like. The feeling here is that the four-year graduation rate is most effective for measuring the progress and success of students who are always going to succeed. That is, the students who you could leave in a field in northern Wisconsin and they'd still have a degree in 4 years. The 6-year graduation rate, actually very relevant for our discussion of equity, diversity, inclusion, because what it allows is that those students may have to stop out at some point, that those students may be working and thus can't take as heavy a load and the like. And so that is, in my understanding, why we use that as kind of the industry standard for graduation rates.
Chancellor Gibbs.
All not captured here in your report, but I wonder, have you ever looked at a population of students who have applied to our institution but were unable to clear the financial aid verification process? Because when we looked at it at our institution at Point, and these are hundreds of students, but they were largely historically underrepresented students.
You know, I have to say that we haven't looked at that specifically. We have looked at the admission, the yield rate, that is to say the number of students we enrolled out of the number of students we admitted by various groups. And for each of the groups that we're talking about here, underrepresented minorities, low income, and even first generation, you get a lower yield. And part of that has to do with the hurdles that you have to go over. If I can, a very small aside, my daughter is currently looking at college, and I'm stunned by how difficult all of this is for me. And in theory, I know what I'm doing. It's a task. If I had no background in this, I don't know how I navigate this. I genuinely don't. And so I think that any kind of set of paperwork like that they have to make sure that they clear is going to be reasonably considered a barrier?
Well, I keep forgetting to look down at the monitor. Regent Atwell.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the data. It's great, and I especially appreciate the courage to identify it as a market share issue where we're losing market share with our most natural enrollment pool. It strikes me, one thing that really stood out to me a couple months ago was an article in the Wall Street Journal about the participation rates among men versus women in the enrollment rates. And what struck me about that article was I really think that we as institutions need to kind of put down our guard a little bit and try to do some real kind of research about what is it that they're thinking that they're not coming, whether they're men or they're women, but in particular this problem with young men. It's important, I think, in our way of thinking of ourselves. I think we look at this problem, we say that we kind of presume there's no validity or reasonableness to the decisions that they're making. And it's really hard when you're losing market share to kind of say, wait a minute, let me stop trying to impose my answer on what they're thinking and try to get inside their heads to really understand what they're thinking, so we can pick apart what of it is misperception on their part and what of it is something that we're doing or not doing that's given us the result. So I guess that's as much a comment or a question, but maybe the question is, are we paying attention to this, the peculiar, the parts of this that do pertain to gender as much as ethnicity or race?
Thank you, Regent Atwell.
Well, if I think I can address that to some extent, and I would like to mention that the stuff I'm going to talk about now, not quite as far along on this, but we are working on a joint project with Department of Public Instruction that has helped us get information on all the students from Wisconsin who have applied to anywhere. Now it's complicated privacy-wise and the like, but they've been very helpful in getting this. And one of the initial, and that's a lot of the participation rate, the broad participation rate discussion that I've already mentioned, comes from some of that data. One of the most striking kind of preliminary findings that we've had is that the group that has had the greatest slide in participation rate is the white male group coming out of high school. Others have, and again, cannot forget that we already had a tragically low participation rate in some of the groups. But this is definitely a trend that we're seeing. So the trend that Regent Atwell points out is definitely in evidence here in the state of Wisconsin, definitely an issue. We are attempting to figure out if this is kind of geographic as much as kind of gender oriented. That is to say, folks from outside some of the urban centers. We're looking at that. We don't have results yet, but we will, when we have them, I'll certainly bring them back to you.
Okay, Regent Underly.
Thank you, Regent Menedy. So I was, as you were speaking and providing this presentation, I came out of K-12, excuse me, administration that long ago. And just some observations that this has been going on, but I can tell you from the K-12 perspective, it is a resource, right? And we're competing over a very limited resource with other institutions. And I can tell you that there are some institutions and systems that do a great job of backwards mapping their degrees and into high school courses. So when students get an idea of what they want to be studying, they transfer those right into that program, for example, in another system. And there's also a lot of marketing that's going on right now with industry careers in general, that they don't take as much time, that they pay very well, that there's excellent job placement. And so I know that it's a difference, right, between a four-year degree and other degrees and two-year degrees, but I think marketing is a big piece of that, but they have these connect directly into the schools. And with dual enrollment or concurrent enrollment or the programs that we have for college credit in the UW system. And I've talked about this with chancellors before. Recently, there were changes made to that system, but it's also a very confusing system. And even as somebody who administered those programs in the high school, I was pulling my hair out trying to figure out how to make them work and get people to enroll and all these other things. But there's certainly some things I think, I don't want to say they're low hanging fruit, but we can certainly look at how we're connecting to these kids early. And it connects to that conversation we were having prior with recruitment too. So thanks for bringing that up.
Absolutely. Anybody else? Okay, I think we're going to stop this and invite Warren Anderson. I want to thank Associate Vice President Passmore for his presentation. Warren has been chomping at the bit to tell us about the results of the campus climate survey administered earlier this year. So Warren, please proceed.
Good morning. To sort of wrap up the discussion that we just had with Ben, I want to sort of use this as the intro to the data that you're going to see represented in the campus climate survey. What you're going to see with the data in the survey is almost identical in terms of the critical importance to what Ben just pointed out today. We see we have tremendous amounts of work to do in the enrollment, persistence, and success for our students belonging to historically excluded populations. But what we need to really wrap our heads around is there's a number of factors that go into that. Regent Underly just pointed out something really important about the fact that the students that we're talking about attracting to our institution, every single college between here and where they live is doing the same thing we are, trying to figure out how to get them there. We talk about that gap as it relates to Pell eligible. There are schools that are giving more money than we are for these students to come, and that is a tremendous factor to them. But going back to something that was mentioned earlier with the chancellors, until we as an industry in higher education, but more broadly us here in the system, puts EDI to the priority level as we put everything else, as we say it is to us now, these numbers are not going to change. These numbers are not going to change because all too often in higher education, EDI is a convenience when it comes to enrollment. And it's not until we start looking at the students that are leaving that we say we need to really put a focus on EDI. So I'm proud of the work that we're doing as a system and what the chancellors are doing. And in my conversations with them, I leave every time heartened by the work and the priority that they're putting into EDI. But I will tell you that the work that we're doing specifically related to the Regents Opportunity Scholarship, that was life-changing for some of the students that received it. How can we expand that to more students? The summer bridge work. I also came from K-12 working with some of the most at-risk populations in the entire district. I work for the Federal Gear Up Initiative in Philadelphia. And then if you know what Gear Up is, you know that that is targeted specifically at that access work that we're talking about. Recognizing that the students that come to our campuses now are dealing with things that most of us can't imagine on a day-to-day basis. So if we think about the things that not only attract them to our campuses, but are going to have an impact on their retention, that's where a lot of what I'm going to talk about stems from. I appreciate the conversation, and I think we do need to double down our efforts to recruit faculty of color or faculty that represent the demographics that we have. But what we can't forget is that the reasons that students of color, students coming from historically excluded populations leave the university, it's not because of academics. It's because of the culture that we provide on our campuses. It is the lack of faces they see that look like them in the counseling center, in the LGBTQ center, in the women's center, making sure that we put a premium on our campuses looking like the students we want. We often, start to now change the conversation. I know we've all had comments about making sure our students are college ready, but really changing that to make sure our campuses are student ready for the students that we want. That's an imperative. Dr. Passmore talked about that gap in terms of participation and who's coming. There's a ton of reasons that we get 9% participation rate. A lot of it does have to do with the climate. One of the chancellors mentioned earlier the fact that our best recruiters are our current students and our current faculty and our current employees. If they have a negative opinion of the environment that they work and are educated in, that has a tremendous impact on our ability to recruit and retain others who look like them. When I was a college recruiter, one of the things that was stark to me is I would always get the question of, how do we recruit more students of color? Well, that's a loaded question because depending upon the population you talk about, there's very different strategies you utilize to get them. I learned very early on that if you want to get African-American students, you got to get into the churches and to some of the community-based organizations. If you want to recruit Hispanic students, you have to recruit the entire family. And we have to start having those conversations because it's not as easy as just opening up the gates and they come. It's not. We are talking about this, and as I think about the conversations I've had with my chancellor colleague, everyone is trying to get the same pool of students. I think having the conversation, I know I've spoken to 3 chancellors about looking at how we do this as a regional initiative and not just individual. Because all of our campuses are dealing with the exact same thing, but how do we better utilize our resources to make sure that we attract students to the system first, and then how it looks and bleeds down to the individual campuses. So I don't know how to do this one. How do I do that? I'm assuming it's the play button. There we go. So the campus climate survey. I want to make sure that we look at this data through a couple of very clear lenses. We did this survey. This survey was administered this past spring semester. So it was about 3 or 4 months that the survey was administered to 12 of our 13 campuses. Most of them were the exact same questions, but I think 6 of our campuses added specific campus-based questions. Here's what I need you all to recognize before I go into the data. What you're going to see is we had, given the time that we offered the survey, it was a decent turnout, of just under 15%. The students who have been targeted and have been marginalized are not the students who took this survey. And I say that very carefully because there's some points in here where it's going to say, we're doing great. But there's reasons that the students who are from the populations that we're talking about did not take the survey. So when we get to the next steps, you'll see why it's really important that you keep that lens in mind. So we had, again, about 12,600 students that took the survey out of our 160,000 students. And again, Madison was not included in this because they are now launching their campus climate survey this semester. So they were not included in this. A majority of the students, as I said, about 83% identified as white. Most of our students, most of the students identified as female. So we had a good mix there, but in terms of the racial and ethnic breakdown, not so good. Only about 3.9% of the students were Asian, about 2.5% were Hispanic, and about less than 2% were African American. So not a good breakdown in terms of demographics of who took the survey. Here's where the data gets tricky, and I want to make sure you keep the lens in mind of who did not take the survey. About 80%, close to 80% of the students say they feel a sense of belonging at their respective institution. Going deeper into the data, that number is drastically lower, depending upon which population we're talking about. Because again, we know that safety has a number of different meanings, depending upon who you're asking if they feel safe. The good part is about 90% of the students who took the survey said that they would recommend their institutions to others. That's a really good thing to think about as you're starting to talk about building culture. We had about 8% of our students say they feel unsafe on campus. Now, the largest disparity in that are from students who identify as LGBTQ+. That number is only about 30 or so percent. That's something we definitely need to work on. And I know we've had conversations with the senior diversity officer on how we actually address those things. The centers are a good start, but again, looking at our policies, our practices, and our procedures is another way to make sure that we do this. All of the campuses should be in the next couple of days or in the next couple of weeks receiving the final reports for the student discrimination audit. A lot of the data you're going to find in that audit directly correlates with the information we have here in the campus climate survey. So I want to make sure that when that's presented, we start to have more and more conversations about that audit process and how it correlates to the sense of belonging on the campuses. This is the interesting part, because this goes back to the conversations that we've been having. The percentage of students who say they were satisfied with the level of diversity on their campus. Now, again, 44% said that they were satisfied or very satisfied with the diversity in the student body. Students that are a part of that minority did not answer this question. The same thing with diversity of the faculty and diversity of the staff. Going back to a comment I made earlier, most of the time our students are outside of the classroom. One of the issues that we've been tackling right now is mental health. I've had conversations with a number of campuses about the fact that our students of color are not accessing our mental health resources. Hence, the number of students who are not persisting at our institutions. So these are the kinds of things that we need to really look into when we see this data. 83% of students who took the survey say that their institution has a longstanding commitment to diversity. Again, remember who did not take this survey. Okay. Here's where we get to what I was talking about with the bias and discrimination audit. About 39% of students said that they were satisfied with the outcomes of administrative hearings around bias and response. What you're going to see when we present next time on the student discrimination audit, and Lori, if I'm speaking out of turn, don't hit me too hard when we're done. What we're going to see is an opportunity for us to really revamp not only how we report incidents of bias and discrimination, but really how we can be more vocal and boisterous about what is acceptable on our campuses and how we respond to them when they're reported to us. The thing I tell people all the time, especially about being a diversity officer, is we probably have the biggest job security in higher ed right now, because a lot of institutions don't want to deal with the things that are reported as bias or deal with discrimination. So those of my colleagues that are senior diversity officers and that deal with this on a day-to-day basis can attest to the fact that, unfortunately, this work is nonstop and it's only getting worse when it comes to handling these things. And we're going to talk later about First Amendment rights and free speech. That is probably the fastest growing area of bias and discrimination that we can see. There was a speaker on one of our campuses a few weeks ago, and I think in a one-day span, they had about 30 bias incident reports because someone didn't like what was being said by a person visiting the vicinity of their campus. These are the kinds of things that bias and discrimination complaints sort of drive. And again, if you're one of those targeted populations, you're going to answer this question very differently. So where do we go after this campus climate survey? What I will tell you is that I just gave you a brief snippet of the amount of information that's in that campus climate survey. If you haven't taken that survey before, it is a very long survey. Hence, while we probably had a lot less participation in it than we could have, the survey I remember taking, I think it took me almost an hour to complete the survey. So think about that in the midst of classes and all the things we were dealing with around COVID and all the other things that happened. That's a long time. And again, the response rate could be indicated by that. But that being said, we are working, and I've asked each of the campus climate teams that were working to administer this to simply give me a sense of how we're going to utilize this data on the campuses. The most common response we got from students as to why they're not taking the survey or why they didn't take the survey was because of the fact that we took a survey like this before, we didn't see any action from it, so we're not going to waste our time taking it again. If we're not going to use the survey and the data that comes from it to really cultivate institutional change, the question becomes, then why are we doing it? Why are we spending so much money to do this? Looking at how we identify funds to support these efforts, one of the things that I've done in my office is take I think about a third of my budget and earmark it specifically for the campus climate teams to address the outcomes of the campus climate survey. Again, it's not a ton of money, but it is something that we can utilize to start having more and more conversations about the outcomes of this survey there. The company that we partnered with, the Higher Ed Research Institute out at UCLA, they're standing by to do additional data analysis and a deeper dive of what is in the survey for each of the campuses. Campuses are reaching back and forth and they're having conversations with Harry to get a better understanding of what their institution specific data actually says. That's a really good thing, because what we're going to do is utilize this process to inform how we continuously assess our climate in the coming semesters and not wait 3, 4, or 5 years to redo this survey, but how can we understand what our climate looks like right now to make change now as opposed to after we have students or faculty or staff leave the institution. So one of the things we talked about earlier and a number of regents brought up what the system needs to do and what we need to do. These are critical to making sure that we are building the kind of climate that I know we all want here in the system. The development of a comprehensive set of metrics by which we can all benchmark ourselves against. Understanding what our policies are doing to ensure that we move toward being a more equitable campus, or what our policies are inadvertently doing to keep us with the same outcomes that we've been getting. That's the one area where we as a system, where we as an industry in higher education, I don't think spend enough time. If we look at our policies, a lot of policies across the spectrum as it relates to EDI have not been updated since we actually implemented a lot of affirmative action policies. While our populations have changed, some of the same issues around climate are still present. So really looking at how we engage our policies in this process is going to go a long way. We've spoken a lot in my office and system about the development of a comprehensive training strategy around EDI. Making sure that if we are going to go at this at a system rate, then we as 13 universities and system need to really be on the same page about what the expectations are, about what the conversation is. We have, I think, done not a great job in terms of setting what the tone should be as a system. We have 13 universities who are doing equity, diversity, and inclusion 39 different ways. So at system, one of the things that we need to do is set a better tone for what all of this is. Even having a concrete definition for equity, diversity, and inclusion that we all use as a system and not each institution. So there's a lot of things that we can go into. We've talked about accountability, continuous climate, but making sure that we're focusing on EDI at all levels. EDI can't be a standalone objective, and I'm glad one of the chancellors spoke about making sure that EDI is embedded in everything we do. Again, we can't go another year at the Regents level without having these kind of substantive in-depth conversations about EDI, because again, these challenges are not going to lessen. They're going to get deeper and more complicated as we go through, but also at the university level. In speaking with my senior diversity officer colleagues, it is clear that we need to engage in some of these deeper conversations on a day-to-day level on our campuses. All too often, and speaking with my colleagues across the country, the topic of EDI doesn't come up until there's a major milestone or a matchstick moment that happens that forces the conversation. And I want us as a system to get to the point where we're not forced to have the conversation around EDI, where it becomes really a conversation that we have on a regular and routine basis. So that's a very quick overview of the Campus Climate Survey. If we were to give a full overview of that survey, we literally would take an entire board meeting. And I don't think any of you want to go through every single one of those questions on the survey. So with that, I will stop and open it up for any questions.
Regent Vice President Walsh.
Thank you for that overview, Warren. I have to say I'm concerned about the usefulness of this data because it seems to me the pool of folks that we really need to hear from are not the pool of folks that return the survey. I don't want us to move forward with these numbers to make decisions when you couldn't possibly use this to accurately guide, what we need to do. So is there a way we can invest in another deeper, more personal climate survey? If we're sending out emails, I don't know how people were attracted to do this survey, but clearly that method didn't work for the group that we need. So what other avenue can we take to actually get information back that we need to make a decision?
Thank you. That's actually a really good question. One of the concerns I know I had, and we raised this over a year ago when we were talking about implementing the survey, recognizing that we were offering this survey at a time where our students were not on campus. COVID had hit, so they were not there. At a time where there was tremendous strife around social justice nationally. So there was a concern about doing the survey when we did. That being said, the recommendations and critical next steps are not solely informed by the outcomes of this data on the survey. That is informed by the conversations that I've had across the campuses, by the data that Ben has presented, and by what we know is actually happening on our campuses that this survey does not tell us about. So the first thing that I did when we were talking about this is work with the senior diversity officers to figure out how we can go about collecting data on our climate without it being this cumbersome tool. We can get more information from an hour-long conversation with the directors of our multicultural centers about the climate than we can from this survey. I can assure you that this survey, I think, respectively cost over $100,000. Those are resources that I think could be better utilized with a more comprehensive set of data collection. I've spoken with UW-Madison about the development of a tool that we can utilize on a semesterly or annual basis and have it actually be more representative because all of the universities will be a part of it. But you're right, the data that we have from this survey alone is not enough to generalize beyond those who took it. However, the data that's in there, it's still useful data. It's not useful enough, I think, to be solely the mechanism that drives where the system goes, but it is a good starting point and a good baseline for what we need to do to collect this data moving forward.
Any questions from chancellors? Okay. Regents? Okay, Regent Klein.
Yeah, I was drawn to 39% of the participants are satisfied with the outcome of administrative processes to incidents of discrimination at their institution. This is something I don't think should be different everywhere we go. It seems like, and Quinn, you and I have talked about this, it seems like if there is something that needs to be investigated at one of the campuses, we need to have a system for doing so and making sure that we just have an internal routinized way of approaching that. Because that number, you might not be able to draw everything from the data, but that number is a low hanging fruit. We can fix that and we should fix it immediately. That's not that confidence that if you have an issue, you can come forward and be fairly heard is huge. So I'll stop there.
I'll address that because I just had my pre-exit interview with the compliance team yesterday. The recommendations that are coming out of that internal audit specifically addresses what you just talked about, making sure that there's a mechanism for us to not only be consistent about how we collect information on specific bias incidents, but more so who collects that information, who's trained to collect that information. Why is it only 39%? That tells me that there's a lot of things happening that is not being reported, and there's reasons why it's not being reported. So I think what you're going to see after we speak more about the internal audit that was done is a more consistent way to systematize some of this, while also allowing the campuses to utilize the resources they have to be in line with the policies that we currently have in place.
Regent Greepy.
Just a quick follow-up, and I don't want to be arguing. I think that 39% are satisfied with the outcome of the investigation. What's the right number? I mean, should we see that as high as possible? Is 100% the right number for the satisfaction outcome? What's the right number?
I don't necessarily know if you'll have 100% on almost any of this, but again, keep in mind that the students who took this are typically not the students who are targets of bias and discrimination.
Well, I understand that, but the question presupposes that there is an outcome that they're responding to. I think it's worth noting that for this statistic, at least, I don't think 100% is necessarily the right number for us to strive to. That 100% people who submitted a complaint or a concern are satisfied with the outcome of the investigation.
Absolutely.
Maybe 39% is the right number. Maybe it should be 60. But I just think a little thoughtfulness to that number is probably good.
And I also want to make sure that we recognize that one of the nationally, one of the concerns with doing campus climate surveys of this scope is that they tend to be surveys that throw everything in the kitchen sink in there. So as we think about ways that we can assess the climate more, one of them could be more intentional ways in which we gather the data and maybe ask that question specifically of individuals, only individuals who have gone through the bias and discrimination process.
And I think an interesting question would be, are you satisfied with the process? Not necessarily you're satisfied with the outcome.
Gotcha.
Thank you. Any more questions? We're starting. Yes, Chancellor.
Thank you, Regent President. I just wanted to make an observation regarding bias incident reporting. And that is, this is one of the more challenging things for administrators to respond to, because more often than not, we are unable to identify the offender. And the ability to not identify the offender erodes trust with students, and thus informs how they feel about the outcome of a particular incident that's reported.
Thank you. Yes, Regent Bocos.
Thank you, Warren, for that report. I appreciate it. I just wanted to make one comment about surveys in general and bias reports. I think a huge part of the problem is that for people on anybody on campus, how to report. To go back to the surveys, the only time I've seen where there's mass participation is if you give them a $25 gift card or something, right? But as far as reporting, I know that, and if you've heard of, there's apps out there, make it easy. I mean, every student on campus is their life, right? A phone. And to have an app or something easy where they don't have to like take time to do something to talk about these things. I mean, I just think that I know there are things out there I don't know campus security, but to make it easy and accessible to get those reports, get honest reports, because we don't know things are happening. Obviously they are, but they're not
reported.
Then that happens.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Dr. Anderson. The next part of this discussion is very important. So we know that the Board of Regents and the system is committed to academic freedom and freedom of expression. In fact, we have a policy on it. It's document 4-21. It's entitled, interestingly enough, Commitment to Academic Freedom and Freedom of Expression. The system works throughout the academic year, and the campuses do, to cultivate these freedoms and protections. They invite different viewpoints to be heard on campus, and there are robust and civil dialogue that take place during these discussions. The policy that I referenced requires the UW system to prepare an annual report describing efforts to support academic freedom and freedom of expression. Here to present today's report, as well as legal issues related to enforcement and the overlay between EDI and First Amendment issues, are Katie Ignatowski, Chief Compliance Officer, Wade Harrison, Senior Legal Counsel to the UW system, and Warren Anderson, who you just heard. Please proceed.
Thank you, Regent President Menedez. Good morning. I think it's still morning. Katie Ignatowski, Chief Compliance Officer. Thank you, President Thompson, earlier for your very kind words. I don't know if you know this, but I'm a blusher, so it's a good thing I have a mask on that covers my whole face. That was very kind. All right, I'll keep my remarks brief and then turn it over to Wade Harrison, who's actually going to be on the screen, and then again, Dr. Anderson, our Senior EDI Officer. The University of Wisconsin system has a long history of championing free speech and expressive rights, dating back to 1894, when UW Professor Richard Ely was the subject of a trial before this Board of Regents on the charges that his controversial teachings encouraged strikes and boycotts. In its final report, the board cleared him unanimously and issued the following statement. Whatever may be the limitations which trammel inquiry elsewhere, we believe that the great state University of Wisconsin should ever encourage that continual and fearless sifting and winnowing by which alone the truth can be found. These words, adopted by the board 127 years ago, have been put to the test and reaffirmed many times over since then, again, by this board in the form of resolutions, policies, actions, and have even been enshrined into state law. A review of board meeting minutes since that trial reveals a long list of actions and events in support of the principles of free speech and academic freedom. Most recently, in 2015, this board passed a resolution in support of freedom of expression, which was modeled after the University of Chicago statement, commonly known as the gold standard in university free speech. This resolution was acknowledged by a number of groups across the country, including the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education, and 2 years later became the basis for Regent Policy 4-21, Commitment to Freedom of Expression and Academic Freedom. In 2017, our current policy was approved based on the language of this 2015 resolution, along with a number of provisions to further enforce the board's commitment to these freedoms. Specifically, the policy requires each system institution to provide annual notice to all enrolled students and employees about the policy to ensure that all members of the campus community are informed of their rights and of the ability to file a complaint if those rights are restricted. It requires an annual report by the chancellor of each institution to detail the efforts taken to raise awareness and to promote freedom of speech on their campus. The report also asks whether the institution has encountered any material barriers to upholding academic freedom and freedom of expression, and whether it received any formal complaints of violations of expressive freedoms during the previous academic year. The report that has been submitted to you for today's meeting covers the 2020-2021 academic year and includes the submission of each institution within the UW system. During that time, none of our institutions reported material barriers to upholding academic freedoms on campus, and no formal violations were reported. The report lists a number of activities that were held on our UW system campuses throughout the academic year despite the COVID-19 pandemic. Our institutions found creative ways to hold events virtually and to remain in touch with students to put on creative and thought-provoking programming that highlights their commitment to upholding academic freedom and freedom of expression on our campuses. A few examples. UW-Madison has developed some model protest guidelines that have been shared and replicated by our other system campuses. The Tommy G. Thompson Center on Public Leadership at Madison held a number of events this past year, including Freedom in America Today, a conversation with Shelby Steele in partnership with Green Bay and Milwaukee. The American Enterprise Institute at UW-Madison co-sponsored the virtual conference, The First Amendment on College Campuses, which featured prominent speakers from across the country who spoke on the role of the First Amendment on college campuses. At UW-Stout this past year, the Menard Center for the Study of Institutions and Innovation funded over 100 speakers, panels, and debates, such as the All Rise Civil Liberties Lecture Series at UW Green Bay, 2 first-year seminary courses at UW La Crosse, 4 student research projects at UW Oshkosh, and student-focused activities at UW Superior involving over 200 participants. Since its inception, this center, led by UW Stout English and Philosophy professor Tim Scheel, has funded a dozen freedom of expression-related research proposals by faculty at Stout, La Crosse, Oshkosh, Eau Claire, Milwaukee, and Parkside. It also facilitates statewide student campus free speech workshops and funds a 2-day First Amendment boot camp for high school administrators organized by the Center of the Study of Liberal Democracy at UW-Madison. UW-Eau Claire hosts a similar Menard Center for Constitutional Studies, which put on a variety of speaking events that are open to the campus community as well as the general public. This past year, the center sponsored 4 different faculty-student collaborative research projects, an undergraduate student workshop, a symposium for high school teachers, and 2 different student reading groups, all on topics related to freedom of speech. It worked with Eau Claire's political science department to create a new course titled Freedom of Speech that was offered for the first time this semester. Under the leadership of Vice Chancellor for Equity, Diversion, and Inclusion and Student Affairs, Olga Diaz, Eau Claire put together a web page to provide information to students regarding their rights and responsibilities to free expression. And Vice Chancellor Diaz is actually at the helm behind the screen. She's the one who helped create this website at Eau Claire. Chancellor Schmidt worked on it very closely with the group, and it was recently launched. So I wanted to share the website with you. They've got good buttons for students, faculty, and employees on First Amendment FAQs on rights and responsibilities, where students can go down to see what their rights are and how to report if they feel that those rights are violated. They also collaborated with local law enforcement to create a breakout page on how to interact with law enforcement. At the top right, they've got a link again to bias and hate incident reporting and protest procedures and demonstrations. So this is a really great website. The other institutions have taken notice. Some have similar websites. Some are starting to build them out. And so I'm really neat to get together and start talking to all the campuses about what resources we can put out there. And then just real briefly, I'll show the system compliance website. We may have taken some cues from the Eau Claire website, but we're also just, again, building out an FAQ. We have links to every campus's hate and bias team from this homepage as well. So it's important, I think, to acknowledge that not only do we have to have resources for those who feel that their First Amendment rights have been violated, but also for those who feel that they have been the victim of, hate or offensive speech, and they're trying to figure out where to go and how to navigate that. And so we have some good FAQs and policies and resources up there. So those are just a few examples of the many ways in which the system is engaging with students, staff, and faculty on these critically important topics related to expressive freedoms. I've had a number of conversations with individuals across our campuses to discuss the ways in which the system can provide support to these campus efforts in developing creative programming that not only educates our students and faculty on the importance of those rights, but also equips them to engage with one another in constructive, respectful, and vigorous dialogue. While we all have the right to engage in expressive activity, we also have a responsibility to do so in a way that is consistent with our values. Or is that not the purpose of this great university system? To develop the next generation of leaders who are eager to learn, who aren't afraid to challenge ideas or to be challenged, and who push against the tide of the status quo in order to collectively keeping us all moving in the direction of progress and the search for truth. So with that, I'm going to turn it over. If we can flip to the WebEx screen, I'm going to turn it over to Wade Harrison from our Office of General Counsel, who's going to briefly speak to the legal issues involved with expressive rights on our campuses.
Good morning, and Mike.
Try it again, Wade.
How about now? Am I coming through?
Second, so I can tell. We can hear you, Wade. You're good.
Okay, great. Sorry, I couldn't hear anything back. Good afternoon. Thank you, Regent President Minideeds and Regent Vice President Walsh and the rest of the board for having us here this morning. Again, my name is Wade Harrison. I'm one of the attorneys for the UW System, Office of General Counsel, and I've been asked just to take a couple minutes to provide a very brief legal overview regarding the First Amendment. As some around the table can undoubtedly appreciate, asking an attorney to be succinct can be challenging, but I'll do my best by addressing three main points here that I've sort of categorized as what, why, and where. So when we talk about, what is the First Amendment? The First Amendment of the Constitution guarantees freedoms concerning religion, expression, assembly, and the right to petition. It forbids Congress from both promoting one religion over others and also restricting an individual's religious practices. It guarantees freedom of expression by prohibiting Congress from restricting the press or the rights of individuals to speak freely. It also guarantees the rights of citizens to assemble peaceably and petition their government, and there are similar protections offered under the Wisconsin Constitution. So then the why. As an organization, why are we concerned with the First Amendment? The First Amendment has been interpreted by the courts as applying to the entire federal government, even though it only is expressly applicable to Congress. Furthermore, the court has interpreted the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment as protecting the rights of the First Amendment from interference by state governments. As a state of Wisconsin entity, the First Amendment is applicable to the UW system. Media reports frequently confuse this point, but the First Amendment is not applicable to private entities because they are not government entities. And then the where. When it comes to the tools available to an institution to address expressive rights conflicts, where the expression occurs is very important. The time, place, and manner. Where and when did the speech occur? In an employment setting during work hours, in a classroom or a residence hall, solely online in a private social media platform, someone standing on a public street corner. Depending on the time, place, and manner, there can be a lot of speech that is offensive to many, but protected under applicable law. We're in a period of time when there is extreme pressure to respond quickly to incidents, but particularly when expressive rights, First Amendment conflicts arise, we need to carefully assess the relevant facts And while we can always take steps to try to promote positive culture, understanding, and education, the ability to curb speech or discipline is not always available. Again, thank you for allowing me to speak here today. And please don't hesitate to reach out to the Office of General Counsel, to myself or Quinn or others as these issues arise and we need to address them. And I will now pass the mic over to Dr. Anderson. Thank you.
Thank you, Wade. I've been asked to briefly, and I highlight briefly, talk about how we see this happening on our campuses. And we understand that this is an extraordinary time in the world of EDI that relates to First Amendment and free speech. More than any point in my lifetime, there's a clear misunderstanding and misinterpretation of what our First Amendment individual and collective rights are and how we address them when they manifest on our campuses, particularly as it relates to free speech. We've seen instances of violations of this or misinterpretations of this on all of our campuses as they relate to issues related to race, gender orientation. Political affiliation is the one that we get a lot of right now, among others. The hardest and biggest culprit of this, of course, is the world in social media in which we live, where a lot of these things can be done remotely or can be done in historic terms and actually brought to the fore right now. And one of the biggest issues that we see around EDI as it relates to the First Amendment is the way in which words and actions are being weaponized right now. We have individuals using words that can be benign, and someone says it and they make the statement that they've been harmed by this, as opposed to simply understanding, no, they just said something you didn't like and you disagree with. And a lot of institutions don't know how to handle that effectively. It really does stump a lot of institutions. It's clear to me that the biggest issue in which we need to work on is the education and understanding exactly what our rights are, not only our rights, but really what the responsibility is that comes with having that right on our institution. So with the cooperation of the Chief Legal Counsel, Chief Compliance Officer, and the Office of General Counsel, we are working on, I know I'm taking the lead in the development, as I said earlier, of a comprehensive training and education mechanism. And the First Amendment and free speech rights is going to be a part of that, so that we have ongoing training related to this, not just for our students. One of the things I want to make sure that we understand when it comes to this, it's not just our students who are having issues and challenges with the First Amendment and what those freedoms are. We see this in the classroom. We see this in all of our other professional settings, that some of our employees could benefit a lot from this training. And our goal is to make sure that we have this training readily available so that we can minimize the impact when these negative incidents present themselves on our campuses. So with that, I will stop and turn it back over to Katie and ask if there are any questions.
Do we have questions? Regent Bechtel.
Yeah, I know we're short on time, Regent President Kennedy. This is a pretty important issue. And so I'm pleased and a little surprised that there were no reports on barriers to academic freedom and freedom of expression. I'm pleased, but a little surprised that there's no reports of freedom of expression complaints. Because when you think about, to Warren's point, the milieu in which we live, I would have expected that there are some issues. So I'd like to kind of move beyond legal and compliance and kind of get into more public relations and trend lines. We as Regents own this policy. We as Regents by statute are to make sure we have free speech zones on our campuses. And we have many people around us that are looking to come into our space and regulate us. And so I would just really like us to kind of consider how we can publicize this, that we are free speech zones, that we own by our authority and accountability this space, and we don't need outside help on this issue. So can you speak to that a little bit?
Absolutely. So I completely agree. A couple thoughts right off the bat. Last year was an odd year because it was the pandemic, right? So we saw last year was odd because of the pandemic. Yeah. So we saw reports down in Title IX as well. And so we did have less reports sort of across the board. At the same time, taking a lesson from Title IX, we know that low reporting is not always a good sign. It doesn't mean you can go home and say, okay, we're good, right? So I think it's really important that we take this not as a legal compliance topic. It starts there. I think the conversation starts with having the right policies and the right procedures in place, but it's much, much more than that. And so we have started to really focus on programming and education and culture. And I think that's where the real change is going to happen. So I've had a number of conversations with, you know, a dean of students and faculty and different kind of stakeholder groups all across the system to figure out how do we embed this into our culture and really communicate out on rights in a meaningful way. Online training modules, again, good place to start, but they only go so far. So how do we create the conversation that really needs to happen, to your point, and own it and show that, and we really care and we take it seriously.
Well, and it circles back on all the discussion for diversity, equity, and inclusion. I mean, I love the term welcoming campus. We have to be welcoming, and this is evidence that we are doing, you know, we're kind of directionally in the right place. I would just really encourage us to kind of think about how that all dovetails.
Yeah.
So that we have these places where people feel comfortable, they can learn and be the very best person they can ever hope to be. That's what our campus is, I think we all strive for.
Absolutely.
So just, you know, how are we can foster that and
Yeah.
celebrate it?
If I can just add one thing to that, we've got some amazing faculty with some really great ideas on that. So we've been trying to engage them, faculty who study this and who work at our Menard centers and who care deans of students who are engaging with faculty on how to manage classrooms and encourage freedom of speech. So I think the more that we can engage them and engage students on how to do this, the more successful we'll be.
Anyone else? Chancellors? Anybody? Okay, thank you.
Great.
For the
Thank you so much for your
presentation.
time.
Really appreciate it. After conferring with Jess, we've determined that we're going to stop now, have our lunch, and then come back in 45 minutes to take up the 3 different areas that we have to consider and vote on. So we will now break for lunch. We'll, all right. I think most everybody's here on the Regents end, so we're going to get started. We're going to take things a little bit out of order because item number 8, the proposal to modify the RPD 6-4 selection process for the chancellors, needs somebody else to be here to talk about it. So we're going to go to the next item, which is the UW system plan for funds included in the 2021 biennial budget. But before we do that, President Thompson would like to say a few things.
I just would like to announce for the Chancellor and the board that the President executive order has been amended again, as I indicated that it would be. And all the federal contracts now have been postponed from December 8th to January 4th. So as I told the Chancellor at the beginning of the week that I did not think it was final. I still don't think it's final. I think there'll be more modifications coming. But it was just while we were in this meeting that the federal government has extended it till January 4th. So we got plenty of time. We don't need to get worried about the concept or the order.
All right, good news. Kyle, you have a question?
Governor or President, we're still subject to the OSHA ruling that came out today. Isn't that accurate?
Pardon?
The OSHA rulings that came out today, I'll be subject to that as well. That one actually got pushed back to anywhere else. I know, but we're subject to that well beyond that.
Yes. No. Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Let's go to the first item for the afternoon. The approval of UW Systems plan to use supplemental funds included in the 2021-23 biennial budget. The plan, once approved, will be submitted to the legislature's Joint Committee on Finance and the Department of Administration. By way of background, the biennial budget signed by Governor Evers included $4.25 million in general purpose revenue for 2021-2022, and an additional $4 million in GPR for 2022-2023 in the legislature's Joint Committee on Finance Supplemental Appropriation. The approved budget also included a provision requiring UW System to submit a request for release of that funding. That's why we're considering this today. Here to walk us through the plan are 2 members of the UW Systems Government Relations team, DJ Lundgren, Interim Associate Vice President for Government Relations, and Kathy Devine, Government Relations Specialist. Are they here?
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you, Regent President Many Deeds, and thank you to the entire board for considering UW System's proposal for the supplemental funds. I would also be remiss if I did not thank our wonderful institutions whose diligent work has made these proposals possible. And of course, President Thompson's leadership has been instrumental. I did have a 5-hour presentation ready for you guys, but luckily for you, Jess and Megan stepped in and asked me to shorten it a little bit. As Regent Many Deeds mentioned, the legislature has appropriated $8.25 million over the biennium in the JFC supplemental to be released to UW System upon our request. Today, we are pleased to present to the board the plan that UW System would like to submit to JFC with your approval. The plan consists of 5 different programs. The first program is the Freshwater Collaborative of Wisconsin, a program many of you are familiar with as it has previously been before the board. Fresh water is one of the world's most precious resources, and when it comes to fresh water, Wisconsin is in a key strategic geographic location. We are and would like to maintain our status as the premier place for the freshwater sciences. There are numerous challenges that Wisconsin faces when it comes to water, and UW System is primed and ready to help address those challenges. The Freshwater Collaborative will allow for research into those challenges and enhance the education of our students in the freshwater sciences. Our plan is to request proposals from institutions across system so that the most impactful and innovative ideas can receive funding. The amount of funding, consisting of $2.5 million in each year of the biennium, would be used for student scholarships, student experiences, course development, collaborative research, and career development. The second program relates to resources set aside to help fund agricultural specialist positions across the state. Wisconsin is fortunate to be home to an incredible agricultural industry that contributes over $104 billion to the state's economy and produces some of the finest food products. From cranberries to vegetables to dairy, especially cheese, Wisconsin is a national and world leader. Even though we just had lunch, talking about it makes me hungry again. We can and should do more for this industry. To align with Governor Thompson's reigniting of the Wisconsin idea, UW System stands ready to assist the agricultural industry now and in the future. The supplemental funds totaling $1 million in each year of the biennium will be used to fund research-based educational programs at the Division of Extension located on the Madison campus. The programs will range from beef, grazing, swine, and vegetable operations to farm labor, business development, and management practices. The third program is also housed at UW-Madison within the Nelson Institute for Environmental Studies and helps develop a stronger partnership with the U.S. Department of Defense. The U.S. DoD has a wide array of responsibilities, and there is much we can do to support their mission. The Nelson Institute partnership with U.S. DoD will enhance and augment the military in the realm of environmental expertise. The one-time appropriation of $250,000 would be used to develop a pilot program that would facilitate access to experts in the environmental field, design a workflow system that works for both parties, and provide for workshops and trainings. The fourth program is designed to be a furtherance of the partnership between UW-Milwaukee and the Water Council. As many of you know, the Water Council is a nonprofit membership organization that connects, convenes, and showcases more than 238 water technology businesses. The proposal hopes to engage the Water Council and UW-Milwaukee in collaborative activities with the U.S. Department of Defense. The one-time appropriation of $250,000 is intended to help U.S. military personnel in understanding water-related issues. These activities could range from training aids and materials to workshops and conferences for skills exchange and capacity building, to integrating water management practices and technology into military exercises. I'd now like to pass to my excellent colleague, Kathy Devine, to discuss the last proposal, which she has helped spearhead.
Hello. The fifth program is foster youth programs. In Wisconsin, approximately 300 youth age out of the foster care system each year. National outcome data shows that 60% of former foster youth earn incomes below the poverty line, and only 1 to 3% of foster youth complete any type of post-secondary degree. UW started Wisconsin's first fostering success program in 2013 aimed at supporting former foster youth with an array of trauma-informed wraparound services. You may be familiar with the program as it received a 2020 Board of Regents Diversity Award. The program leverages federal TRIO dollars to assist students with enrollment, financial aid, housing and food assistance, and to bridge any unmet financial need. Ultimately, the program serves to be a touch point for students who may not have any other support system to help guide them through college life. The Fostering Success model has been established at UW-Milwaukee, UW-Whitewater, and UW-Eau Claire, with many other campuses eager to start programs. The biennial budget provides $250,000 in the first year and $500,000 in the second year. Our plan will request proposals from institutions to either expand or establish a similar program on campus to improve outcomes for the student population. That concludes our comments, short and sweet, I hope, on the UW System's proposal for supplemental funds. Again, we thank you and our institutions for your support of these programs that will enhance student success and expand the mission of the Wisconsin idea. We are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. President, the foster children program is really important. It's not very much money, but we have one of our leading chancellors was a foster student, and I had a long talk with him. And we're expanding the program into Platteville, where he's the chancellor. And he advised me that less than 4% of foster children graduate from college, and almost 80% of foster children end up some way in connection with the Department of Correction. So this really gives the university a tremendous opportunity to set up and become a leader in this area. So I couldn't be happier with the program. And we also, I would like to quickly point out that we're still working with the legislature, and it's looking fairly good on getting the reciprocity bill through. We're also looking at trying to get more additional money for mental health counseling. And we also are looking forward to try and get some money for distance learning, and also get money started for the engineering schools in Madison and Milwaukee. All of those programs are moving along. Whether or not we can get them through in January, I don't know, but at least the legislature is listening, and I'm very happy about that.
Do we have any questions? Seeing none, may I have a motion so that we can discuss Resolution 9 to approve it? Second, is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion passes. Yeah. We're still down one person for the Chancellor selection process issue, or policy, I guess. So we're going to go to the report and approval of actions taken by the Business and Finance Committee. Regent Bechtel.
Thanks, Regent President Benedict. The Business and Finance Committee convened this morning to consider and subsequently approve several time-sensitive contracts at the request of and on behalf of UW-Madison. I'll be asking for approval of agenda items C, D, E, and F. C is an agreement with Pharmaceutical Research Associates, Inc., acting as an independent contractor for Arvinus and Androgen Receptor, Inc. They make a drug that will be studied in this clinical trial for its safety and tolerability in patients with prostate cancer. Total budget for this study is expected to exceed $1.1 million. Item D is an agreement with IMAB Biopharma for a clinical trial to explore the safety and effectiveness of its drug in patients with advanced metastatic solid tumors whose disease has not responded to any currently FDA-approved treatment. This trial will provide yet another option to patients with advanced cancer. The dollar value of this agreement over the term of the trial is estimated to exceed $2.5 million. Third clinical trial agreement is with IQVIA RDS, Inc., for a study sponsored by the pharmaceutical company Dragonfly Therapeutics. This study will assess the safety and tolerability of its drug in patients with advanced solid tumors for whom no effective standard therapy currently exists, or those who have recurrent disease, or those who are intolerant of standard therapy. The dollar value of this agreement over the term of the trial is estimated to exceed $1.5 million. finally, moving away from pharma, but into advanced manufacturing and tech, the committee approved a master research agreement with Canoe Technologies. This is kind of an interesting one. This is an American startup company that manufactures electric vehicles with a focus on minivan and commercial electric vehicles. This is a 5-year agreement. Each year, $600,000 annually will be provided for direct research and interest between UW-Madison's College of Engineering and Canoe Technologies, and $500,000 annually will be directed towards establishing a core facility within the College of Engineering. And Canoe, if this project goes well, Canoe has already indicated that they may be interested in establishing a work site here in Madison through the research department. So pretty interesting and cool technology, and we're so happy that the engineering school to be part of it. So with that, on behalf of the Business and Finance Committee, I would now move approval of agenda items C, D, E, and F.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Regent Bechtel. Well, we're going to head to the last item for our open session today. And that is a proposed changes to Region Policy Document 6-4, which is selection process for system president, chancellors, vice chancellors, and UW system senior leadership positions. At recent meetings of the Regents Special Committee on Governance Issues, Regents considered and recommended changes to Region Policy 6-4 related to the chancellor search process. Let me tell you that this committee chaired by Regent Klein obviously received information from all aspects and sectors of the system, giving us their input. We heard it, we debated it, we talked about it, we made changes, we compromised, and we came up with this proposal for your consideration, which I think is vital for us to pass, especially in light of the Madison campus's need for us to start a search for the new chancellor. So I would ask Regent Klein to present the committee's findings and recommendations to you at this time.
Thank you, Regent President Benedeeds. I think the top headline here is flexibility, and there's an unchanged provision regarding search committees for the UW system president. These policy changes only affect chancellor searches. And if you look at the document, there was a provision that said at least 3 to 5 regents would be involved in the selection process, and then the overall committee was limited to 10 to include 5 regents. So I think what this is saying is, long and short of it is, the headline is that this gives flexibility to the region president to determine the search and screen committee with the one caveat, Regent Bechtel's amendment, which was approved, that the special regent committee would also serve as members. The members of the special regent committee would also serve as members of search and screen. As all you know, special regent committee really is the decision maker. Search and screen is the catchment of all the people that are eligible and qualified and identification of candidates. So it's a flexibility to adapt to local campuses. Everybody understands we've had some fantastic chancellor searches and some fantastic chancellor candidates, but the idea is we've got 2 searches coming up. The campuses might be slightly different, and I can speak to that since I was chair of the search committee in UW Whitewater last time. This is an effort to give the regent president the flexibility, but while retaining regent control over the ultimate selection, and also have, as Regent Bechtel says, the through line in terms of the search and screen process. The other change that is made, which I think is important, is eligibility for the permanent position. So if you're an interim appointee as a chancellor, you're not going to be automatically put in the pool. And that's been a system president decision, and now it's a regent president decision. The reason is it's kind of a historical memory kind of issue. We've had some problems with that, just creating some confusion and sometimes in the applicant pool and otherwise. So the idea is to make that a little like somebody with a historical memory saying, no, let's think about that for as a more longitudinal manner before we make that decision. So that's the motion, and, or that's, those I think are the main policy highlights, and I would move approval.
Sir. Okay. All those in favor of the amendment as proposed, say aye. Oh, excuse me. I guess we need a discussion. Don't forget about that part. Scott.
I'm going to offer an amendment to the proposal, and then I'd like to speak to it.
Okay.
The amendment would be, we're at home, look at the policy. Essentially, it would keep us at the 10-person committee 5 to 5. It would accept the through line statement that special region committee, those members are also on the search and screening committee. And it would also accept the that the region president when making the determination whether or not an interim person would be considered. Page 6, line 178. So that would be my motion to amend, and if there's a second, then I would speak to second.
Okay. Let's speak to your amendment.
Really two main points. One is kind of statutes that we operate under and our mission as region. And then secondly, I think our history under the current rule of the 10-person committee, 5 regions and 5 they call non-regions, which is not a great term, it's really campus representatives. 5. If you look at our state statutes, section 3601 is the purpose and mission of the Board of Regents. 3609 lays out what the responsibilities of the Board of Regents are, and that includes supervision of all campuses and chancellors. 36.11 defines by statute powers and duties of the Board of Regents. Recently we used that section, as we all know, to use our authority to set COVID rules, keep these campuses open. An act that I think we had every authority to do and every accountability to do, and it was the right decision, and it's been questioned by some circles. So I think we need to be very careful when we limit our authority or we change our authority underneath the statutes. I would encourage us all to be mindful of what we're supposed to do as a region. We are statutorily empowered to select the chancellor. We, by statute and by operation, represent all constituents in the state. We represent the taxpayers, we represent the students, we represent the faculty, we represent the alumni, community groups. We have broad authority and responsibility, and we are not a single constituency. I know we all come to this table with that in mind. When we look at our campus representatives, we have students, staff, community, and faculty. We've gotten comments on the proposal. Those constituencies, several of them have said there should be a number of regions and campus representatives. I'm mindful of that, equal number. That's where we are today. There's only one of those constituencies that's asking for a supermajority or majority. The Regents haven't asked for a majority. The only constituency that says they'd like to have a majority on the committee is faculty. And I think we should ask ourselves, why does one constituency out of all those groups ask for majority? I believe in shared governance, but I believe it's shared governance, and that we are all empowered and we should all work in partnership together with those different communities, different constituencies, because we all come at this from different points of view, responsibility. But statutorily, we are empowered as agents to have the maximum authority, have the maximum accountability, and the buck does stop with us. So that's the statute and mission piece. In terms of the history and using the balanced approach, shared governance, balanced committee of 10, I think our history has been quite excellent. UW Stout Chancellor Catherine Frank comes from this due diligence and search process. UW Green Bay, Michael Alexander is a chancellor that was appointed pursuant to this process. I happen to serve on that committee. Stevens Point, Thomas Gibson, and River Falls recently, Maria Gallo. So those are results that I think are remarkable. Sometimes we say if it ain't broke, let it be fixed. So I'm very satisfied with that current arrangement. And I think those results say a lot. So again, I believe in shared governance, but I believe in a balance. And I think that equal representation is the best demonstration of shared governance. And the proposal, I'm afraid, would result in unbalanced membership of the committee. I think it would be inconsistent with our statutory mission. I think it would be inconsistent with our accountability. And our recent success, I think, speaks volumes. So that's my amendment. That's my position in support of the amendment.
Regent Klein.
Yes, and I'll do respect, and I do respect my colleague, Regent Bechtel. And we did accept your one amendment at the governance committee, and I think your second amendment was to limit regents or to have regents be at least 35%. And that committee voted against that. And I guess what I'd like to say is I think it was a very deliberate process, and I think the thought was to restore some flexibility. The regent president, we're going to two, critical searches, actually three, but two that are chancellor searches. And I think what Regent Bechtel, and I have a very high regard for his legal brain, but what I think he does is in his amendment is he reverses the decision of the committee. And I understand that, but I just want to make sure everybody else understands that that's his perspective, that I'll be voting against the amendment.
Yes, Regent Peterson.
Thank you, Richard. And if I could provide just a little bit of background. It's 2000 the administrative hiring group. When we convened that group, which several of us served on that committee and I chaired, we had really three goals in mind. The first was to preserve and advance shared governance. The second, and I think perhaps most important, was to accelerate the ability of our committees to make selections for chancellors. And the reason why we did that was that at the time, it was clearly identified that the average age of a chancellor was 65. And so when you're looking for high quality chancellors like those who sit behind me, it was our view as a committee that we should be accelerating that time frame for decision. One way to do that was to reduce the size of the committee, but preserve balance between regents and shared governance partners. I think we've seen, by way of the last several searches that we've selected, excellent choices on our part. I remember in 2017 talking about how it takes at a minimum 5 months to select a chancellor, and in many instances, as much as 9, the duration of a pregnancy. We have accelerated that greatly, and I think our results speak for themselves. As it relates to the system president search, we've made alterations to that thanks to Vice President Walsh and the selection team. And I think those results will pay great dividends for us. In the case of our chancellor searches, I think we've met our mark, preserved our shared governance responsibilities. In several instances where we had 2-year campuses that were integrated into 4-year campuses, we increased the size of the committee and added representatives from those campuses, non-voting representatives. At the end of the day, I think, if not in total, in practice, the regents who served on search committees were the selection committee. I'm not aware of an instance where there was any dissension into who our final candidates should be. So in my mind, we've made great progress. And I think there is a distinction and a difference between our chancellors, which we need to replace more frequently than our system president. And so that's why I'll support this amendment. And then finally, I'll simply say, and I've heard many of you sit across the table from me and say the most important responsibility we have as regents is to select our chancellors and our senior staff. And I think the current policy we have in place recognizes that and is a successful policy. Thank you, Regent President.
Thank you. Regent Mill.
I just want to underscore, I served on the question, but I just want to underscore what Klein said. The goal was to create more flexibility for the president. And it takes away a lot of that flexibility. And it reverses what we have special committee. One of our kind of Chancellor Bank selected a group of 25 members. So you need more. I think we learned that in the last president's search. To have more voice in the process rather than yours. And I'll just turn to government, I'll say that the Board of Regents is not advocating authority, we still have final say over approval of any chancellor. So my thought was I would rule in favor of having more voice at the table. The members of the regent members and that the form of opinion brings to this board. We all have. I will be voting.
Yes, Regent Vice President Walsh.
Thank you. I will be voting against the amendment, and the reason is I'd like to cite the example of my experience chairing the Stevens Point Search Committee. While we had a very good result, I felt very much at sea. I had only been on the Stevens Point campus for half of a day. I really wasn't embedded in what was going on that campus and what I needed to know in order to make a good decision as to who should lead that campus. When you have a committee where there are 5 regents and 3 faculty, you need a space for a staff member, you need a space for a student. Now we're up to 10. And I would argue that with the structure that we have in place, that is a special regent committee through whom the search and screen committee's work is funneled, and it's a handoff like a baton, correct? We don't give away any of our power or responsibility as regents by taking input from a few more people on the committee if the regent president determines that to be an important aspect. We give up nothing because we still have the same 5 regents on the special regent committee who carry that forward and get us to the point where we have a finalist and the point where we have a new chancellor. I think we have plenty of those protections in place. I wouldn't want any other search committee chair to feel as I did, like I had to call every dean on the campus and several of the campus reps to try and get a feel for what was going on. I'd much prefer to have that input at the table. And I think that's why the presidential search committee for this time looks the way it does. And that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Regent Walsh. Anybody else? Regent Weatherly.
Yeah, I'm just not, this has nothing to do with, wait, I have a question not related to the amendment. Did I wait and
Why don't you wait?
dealt with?
Wait. Regent Cologne.
Yes, I have a question for the original policy. I wanted to ask Attorney Quinn a question. Is that okay?
I think we're talking about
Policy that has been put forth by the committee.
right. I think we're talking about the amendment now, Regent Cologne.
Okay.
Okay. So we have to get done with that first. Regent Atwell. You're muted.
Thank you. I guess I will be voting in favor of the amendment, which may be to no avail, but I found Regent Bechtel's argument to be persuasive and consistent with my experience serving on the Green Bay Search Committee. I think that shared governance engagement is absolutely critical to the success of a search. And the faculty, I guess I have a special place in my heart for faculty engagement as well. I think we accomplished a lot of that through listening, but also through the 3 faculty members who were 3 or 4 faculty members who served on that committee. And the other thing is, I guess I learned 100 years ago when I was in graduate school, maybe it's changed, but there is something to say about the effectiveness of a group in relation to its size. And And I think you can get too many people and too many voices in the room. Not that all voices don't need to be heard, but it can prevent the depth of discourse and that is necessary for a sound consensus. So I find the amendment persuasive and intend to vote for it.
Anybody else? I would just like to say this, that the, in response to the arguments in favor of the amendment, that the original policy that the governance group set forth is not in violation of any statute, not contrary to any statute, that the campuses have been blessed by having good chancellors in the last several rounds of selections. That's not the issue. The issue is, how do the campuses feel and how comfortable are they? And we got to remember, these are people that are coming aboard to be in charge of them in their daily work lives. They must, under shared governance, feel that they have had not only a stake in it, but a voice in it. And I believe that that is necessary for us to have a welcoming environment for the person that is finally selected by the Special Regent Committee, who gives up no powers in taking that position. So in my mind, the amendment I will be voting against. Anybody else? Yes, Regent Powell.
Well, I'm certainly new to the region, so I don't have the experience that for your past practices process. But I have facilitated 30, 40 hiring of everything from deans to presidents to city managers to association presidents over the years. And all the processes utilized work. They all end up with a hire. I think it's very important to have a variety of participation in the process, because we all have our perspective of the candidate and what we're looking for. But I'd have to say there's an illusion that the number of people participating increases the results of a better or correct candidate. I think what's more conducive of the candidate you get is knowing what kind of candidates you're actually looking for. In a way, what I would say that is by asking the question 3 years after you've hired the person, how do you know that you've hired the right person? So that's more important. To be able to ask that question, you need to tell the research support this. You need to tell the selection, what do you expect them to do, at least in few instances of detail. And so I don't believe necessarily having a large group makes it a better outcome. I think it makes it a lot more difficult to manage the process. So just want to add those.
Thank you, Regent Bosch. Anybody else? Okay.
I think particularly as it relates to research, where we're going to want to add additional voices. You can do that without losing balance of regents and shared governance leaders by having non-voting members. I think the concern would be if you wanted to move candidates forward and you did not have the authority to, or you did not have the agreement to move certain candidates forward, you may have a missed opportunity. I think that's what the elegance of the current policy is. And it's certainly through no pride of authorship, right? That was a well-written policy by an entire group that spent 4.5 months on it, 3.5 months on it. So I just point that out.
Thank you. Any more comments or questions? Regent.
I think I asked a question about whether I've ever served on 2 search committees at once during the process, and I think I got the answer that that's not happening. But if we go with special amendments, that will happen, because if we're to go to what Regent Peterson just said and have 25 members with an equal proportion, that would be 13 of us serving. And what I worry about is the precedent back having a very inclusive process for a chancellor, which yielded us somebody that we all admire, don't want. Are we going to put ourselves in a hole? Again, I go back to flexibility, allowing the president have a say on it. I think that when you're dealing with diversity of size of our campus, having a one rule that fits all.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we're going to call the question. All those in favor of the amendment as set forth by Regent Bechtel, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All those opposed?
No.
No. So what does it look like?
Looks like a roll call to me.
Let's do a roll call. So in favor of the amendment is aye, yes.
Yeah. Regent President Benny Deeds.
No.
Regent Vice President Walsh.
No.
Regent Atwell.
Aye.
Regent Bechtel.
Aye.
Regent Bogus.
No.
Regent Cologne.
No.
Regent Greeby. Regent Jones. Regent Klein.
No.
Regent Miller.
No.
Regent Posh. Regent Drew Peterson.
Yes.
Regent Chris Peterson.
Aye.
Regent Rye. Regent Saffold.
No.
Regent Tucker.
No.
Regent Underly.
No.
Regent Weatherly.
No.
6-11. The noes.
Okay, the amendment has failed to pass. So we need then more discussion regarding the policy as set forth and explained by Regent Klein. I guess we had a motion and a second, right? So Regent Miller?
No.
Regent Cologne? Please.
Thank you, President Manages. I just had a question for Attorney Quinn. Are there any conflicts with with this policy relating to the board's responsibilities?
I was trying to remember.
No, it's consistent with state statute. There's no prohibition in state statute for the current policy as proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Regent Weatherly, you're done? Okay. Anybody else have a question or comment? Okay, then the motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor of the proposal to modify RDP 6-4, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. So we're out of order, so I'm going to go back into where we were before. I'd like to remind all of you that there is an award ceremony for the 2021 Outstanding Women of Color in Education Awards and the Dr. P.D. Foreman Awards for Outstanding Achievement on behalf of the LGBTQ plus people. And will be recognized this afternoon at 2 p.m. in the Symphony Ballroom down the hall. So with that, we're going to go into closed session. Regent Walsh, would you read the motion to move into closed session?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I'm going to have to leave. I can go to.
Appreciate it. Please do that.
I move that the Board of Regents move into closed session to consider a compensation adjustment for an individual with a salary that exceeds 75% of the UW system president's salary as permitted by S 19.85, 1 and C of the Wisconsin statutes. Consider 3 UW-Madison honorary degree nominations as permitted by S 19.85, 1 and F of the Wisconsin statutes. Confer with legal counsel regarding strategy to be adopted by the body regarding potential litigation in which it is likely to become involved as permitted by S 19.85, 1 and G of the Wisconsin statutes. And confer with legal counsel regarding potential litigation in which it is likely to become involved regarding UW's system contracts as permitted by S 19.85, 1 and G of the Wisconsin statutes.
Second? All those in favor? Roll call, I guess, roll call.
Betty Deeds.
Yes.
Regent Walsh.
I know.
Well,
I mean, at least you can get it.
That's true, that's fine. Regent Beto. Yes. Regent Bogus.
Yes.
Regent Cologne.
Jamal. Sorry, it's RJ.
Yes.
Regent Freebie. Regent Jones.
Yes. Yes.
Regent Klein. Yes. Regent Miller.
Yes.
Regent
Sure.
Posh.
Right.
Regent Drew Peterson. Regent Chris Peterson. Yes. Regent Rye.
Here.
Regent Sackel.
Yes.
Regent Tucker.
Yeah, I would shut it. Just because.
Regent Underly.
Yes.
Regent Weatherly. You're now in closed session.